Chapter 312, Diving into Danger Alone. After South Wolf died, the members of Dark Star were like headless flies. Frightened and scared, they fled in all directions. Zero Wing's berserker Lonely Snow swiftly closed the gap between him and an elementalist of Dark Star to 20 yards before using charge to instantly catch up to and incapacitate the elementalist. After that, Lonely Snow used Thunderclap, Violent Strike, Suppression, and Whirlwind Slash in rapid succession, making quick work of the elementalist. Following closely, everyone else from Zero Wing took action as well. Against a group of mages and healers that could use neither skills nor tools, in addition to the fact that these classes were innately slow runners, the members of Zero Wing required no time at all to finish off the surviving Dark Star members. As these players died, they left behind piles of weapons and equipment. Ha ha ha. What a fun battle. Those bastards from Dark Star think that they are so amazing, but now, all of them are dead. Kola laughed loudly as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. The frustration he had accumulated from continuously running away was completely swept away now. Fire Dance nodded her head in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her face. She then said with a light chuckle, "This battle was indeed a good stress reliever. None of us died this time, while Dark Star lost over 100 players. After this battle, Dark Star will have to reorganize their plans to pursue us." If they could deal with a team of over 100 elite players in such a short time, it also signified that Dark Star would be simply sending its members to their deaths if a team had fewer than 200 or 300 players. In order to reduce its losses, Dark Star would definitely consolidate its teams and at least double or triple the member count of each team. At this moment, Blackie and the others were laughing without restraint as well. After all, they were able to kill over 100 elite members of Dark Star. This would, without a doubt, be a huge blow to Dark Star. Collect the loot. Dark Star will be arriving here soon, Shurfong commanded. The loot they obtained from killing the 100-plus elite members of Dark Star was extremely bountiful. They had collected close to 1,000 weapons and equipment, and a majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. The harvest they got from this single battle far exceeded even the harvest Aqua Rose obtained from the battle that involved tens of thousands of players. Even Shurfong was somewhat moved by this harvest. Kill and plunder. Just from this battle, they had obtained the resources required to arm an elite team of 100 players. This was precisely the reason why, in the past, many large guilds preferred to kill and plunder the core teams of smaller guilds. Not only could they increase their guild's fame and prestige by doing so, they could also make a huge profit. They could upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster this way, compared to raiding dungeons and killing bosses. However, the harvest from this battle was still insufficient to offset the losses Zero Wing had suffered. After all, the weapons and equipment of Dark Star's elites were inferior to those of Zero Wing's elite members, not to mention those of Zero Wing's core members. Every core member of Zero Wing possessed quite a few pieces of secret silver ranked weapons and equipment, and some even possessed fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Guild leader, why aren't you leaving? Fire Dance looked curiously at Shurfong, who had jumped onto a large tree. You guys go first. I'll hold down the fort. Shurfong was not a lord who would sit comfortably in his throne while his subordinates fought. Since he was already here, naturally, he needed to take something away from Dark Star. But, guild leader, this place is too dangerous. You're also not an assassin, Fire Dance said worriedly. You guys have done enough. Let your guild leader handle the rest. Shurfong waved them off, hurrying Fire Dance and the others to the designated location. Upon hearing Shurfeng's words, everyone from Zero Wing was immediately moved. In God's domain, guild leaders who were willing to brave danger for his fellow guild members were definitely as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not to mention, Shurfong was currently a famous existence in God's domain. If he were to die, his reputation would be greatly affected. Then, I'll stay behind as well. Blackie said. How could I be left out from such an important matter? Kola stepped forward. Suddenly, everyone else started voicing intentions to remain. All of you, stop making a fuss and leave with me. You all will only be a hindrance to guild leader if you stay behind. Fire Dance could feel the cold killing intent radiating from Shifeng at this moment. She knew that he could no longer hold himself back. She then raised her head and looked at Shifeng, saying, Guild leader, you have to be careful. Rest assured, I know my own limits. Shifeng laughed. He then retrieved a basic stealth scroll from his bag. This scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode. The stealth scroll's effect had a duration of 1 hour, and as long as players did not carry out any attacks during this period of time, the scroll would remain in effect. Shortly after Fire Dance and the others departed, Yulan came hurrying over to this place with a huge team of more than 300 players. Sure enough, all of them died. Yulan sighed softly when she saw the ground littered with corpses. However, she was not surprised by this outcome. Obviously, the ambush before was meant to lure them into a trap. However, South Wolf had been too eager for success, which resulted in a team wipe, as she had expected. Revive them, Yulan said to the healers in her team. Immediately, the 30+ healers in the team started using resurrection skills. If players died outside of a dungeon, there were 2 methods for them to revive. The first method was to revive back at the cemetery. However, players were required to wait for half an hour before they could do so. The other method was to have one of the healer classes use a resurrection skill. Players could be revived immediately using this method. However, upon resurrection, players would have to wait another 10 minutes before resurrection skills could be used on them again. A short while later, all 100+ elite players had been revived. Meanwhile, after being resurrected, South Wolf felt fortunate over the fact that he was not a red name. He had only lost 1 piece of equipment and fallen by 1 level after he died. Yet, when he discovered that most of the equipment he wore had been turned to scrap, he nearly went insane. South Wolf had been using level 15 mysterious iron set equipment, which could be obtained only from a level 15 team dungeon. In order to obtain the complete set, South Wolf had expended a huge amount of time and effort. Now, however, all of them were destroyed. Unlike field bosses, team dungeons reset only once every 3 days, and there were only a limited number of level 15 team dungeons within the region of White River City. Gathering the complete set had taken South Wolf 2 cycles. If he wished to obtain the set once again, he would have to wait through another 2 cycles. At this moment, Lone Tyrant arrived at the scene. He then asked, South Wolf, what happened here? How did all of you die? South Wolf was someone from Underworld, so he did not particularly care how many players from Dark Star had died. He cared more about himself instead. However, the same could not be said for Lone Tyrant. The strength of Dark Star determined his future as its guild leader. Now, more than 100 elites from his guild had died for no reason. The worst part was that these elites had lost most, if not all, of their weapons and equipment. The levels they lost could be recovered, but it would not be as easy to recover the equipment. We were lured into an ambush unprepared, and all of us got killed. However, I discovered something even more important. I don't know how he managed it, but Black Flame is now with the core team of Zero Wing. He has also become a red name at this point, so this is the perfect chance for us to destroy Zero Wing. Although Black Flame is very powerful, we should have no problems dealing with all of them if we send in a team of 300 to 400 players. We can still catch up if we chase after them right away. South Wolf's words immediately allowed Lone Tyrant and Yulan to come to a realization. Truly an interesting person, Yulan muttered softly, her interest towards the player named Black Flame growing. As for Lone Tyrant, his expression turned grim upon receiving this piece of information. Obviously, with Black Flame commanding Zero Wing's core team, their combat power had increased to frightening heights. Also, from South Wolf's description of the one-sided battle that took place before, Lone Tyrant also learned that Black Flame was a great expert. Not only did Black Flame possess extraordinary combat power, he also possessed a strategic level skill. A team of 100 elite players would definitely be insufficient to deal with him. Hence, they needed to rearrange their team compositions. Each team now had to have 200 players at the very least. Otherwise, they would only suffice as cannon fodder. Black Flame, you've actually dared show yourself here. Since you've come seeking your own death, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Lone Tyrant revealed a sinister expression. He inwardly mocked Shifeng for his foolish actions. In order to save Zero Wing's core team, Shifeng had actually disregarded the dangers and barged into Lone Tyrant's domain. Shifeng must not know how to write the word death. Chapter 313, Killing the Commander. Gather everyone immediately and surround this area. I don't believe that they can grow wings and fly away, Lone Tyrant sternly issued his command. The news of World Dominator's defeat had already spread, and very few in White River City did not know about the battle that took place. This result had greatly boosted Zero Wing's prestige. If Dark Star could get rid of not only Zero Wing's core team, but Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, also, then they could destroy the fame that Zero Wing had accumulated up until this point. At that time, Dark Star would also garner fame themselves, killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, Lone Tyrant would not let go of such a valuable opportunity. Immediately, everyone from Dark Star started moving. Previously, they had tried to cover too large an area in their search. Now that Shifeng and the core team of Zero Wing had exposed themselves, Lone Tyrant quickly concentrated their hunt. Soon, more and more Dark Star members gathered at the stated location in the dense forest. Shifeng, who remained hidden in a tree, did not panic at this situation. Instead, he continued to wait for all the members of Dark Star to arrive. Come, come. The more, the merrier, Shifeng inwardly chuckled as he saw that the number of players gathered had already exceeded 1,000. Before the battle even started, Shifeng had already considered the consequences. If he had not come fully prepared, he would not have allowed Fire Dance and the others to obliterate South Wolf's team of elites. Guild leader, our members have surrounded this part of the forest. As long as any Zero Wings members show themselves, it will be their death, a ranger reported as he walked up to Lone Tyrant. Good. Start shrinking the encirclement. Lone Tyrant laughed satisfyingly. He then looked towards Ming Sha, the team leader of the Underworld Guards, and respectfully said, "In a moment, we will have to rely on Brother Ming Sha and your men to take care of the experts from Zero Wing. Rest assured, young Master Feng sent us to deal with Fire Dance and her team of experts. Although there is now an additional Black Flame added to the equation, the Underworld Guards can resolve this solution all the same. We won't let any of them escape," Ming Sha replied and nodded his head. In order to extinguish Zero Wing's core team, Feng Xianyang had specifically sent a team of Underworld Guards to assist Dark Star. Feng Xianyang had gone all out on this hunt. Every Underworld Guard was an expert that Underworld had spent many years searching for to recruit. Underworld had also spent massive amounts of resources on nurturing these experts further. Compared to Absolute Heaven, the top-tier assassin that Shifeng faced before, these Underworld Guards were stronger, not weaker. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang had sent a team of 20 of such guards. One could just imagine the frightening might this team possessed. Even a 100-man elite team from Dark Star was no match for this team. Also, the leader, Ming Sha, was an expert among experts. In the virtual gaming world, he ranked near the top. Regarding pure combat techniques, he was on the same level as the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow. However, as Gentle Snow was in possession of a huge amount of resources, in terms of equipment, Ming Sha was definitely no match for her. Originally, Feng Xianyang had arranged for Ming Sha to go to White River City to deal with Yifeng. However, Yi Feng was simply too elusive, as if he had completely vanished from White River City. Hence, Feng Xianyang sent Ming Sha to deal with the top experts of Zero Wing, such as Fire Dance and Blackie. In regards to Ming Sha's strength, Lone Tyrant had personally experienced its power. Even though he was clearly above Ming Sha in terms of levels, and his equipment was of higher quality, he still suffered defeat at Ming Sha's hands in less than 20 exchanges. On the other hand, he had only managed to reduce Ming Sha's HP by 1/10. Meanwhile, after taking some time to focus on upgrades, Ming Sha's equipment could now compare to Lone Tyrant's. Now, Ming Sha was mostly geared with several pieces of level 15 secret silver set equipment and fine gold equipment. He also wielded a level 15 fine gold greatsword, the Bone Shatterer. His equipment certainly ranked at the very top of White River City. Lone Tyrant had estimated that, if he fought Ming Sha now, he would last 10 exchanges at most before his defeat. Now that he had so many players surrounding this area and a powerful team of experts like the Underworld Guards supporting him, even a top-tier assassin like Fire Dance could not escape. Just as Lone Tyrant felt confident and was about to declare that he would annihilate everyone from Zero Wing, a figure suddenly appeared in the top of a nearby tree. Someone's there. Ming Sha, who possessed acute senses, immediately discovered the figure. As Ming Sha turned his sights to the intruder, everyone similarly followed his line of sight. Indeed, in the top of the tree, they discovered a person quietly watching them. Black Flame. South Wolf immediately recognized the figure, his eyes burning with rage as he revealed this person's identity. At South Wolf's reminder, everyone finally realized Shifeng's identity. After all, Black Flame had always been a mysterious existence, and most players had never actually seen Black Flame before. Now that this intruder had revealed himself, everyone from Dark Star discovered that Black Flame was just an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. He did not even possess the type of aura that a guild leader should have. No matter how they looked at him, he was only an ordinary man. So, it is guild leader Black Flame. I didn't expect you to show yourself here. Since you have refused to walk the path towards heaven and have instead barged your way down to hell, today will be the day that you die. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly. He then commanded, everyone, kill him. Immediately, over 1,000 players from Dark Star surrounded and charged at Shifeng. Their encirclement was tightly packed, and not even a fly could get past them. Faced with over 1,000 players charging at him, Shifeng did not panic in the slightest. Instead, his eyes emanated a chilling glow as he glared down at Lone Tyrant, smiling faintly. It was as if these 1,000+ players meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, as the recipient of this gaze, Lone Tyrant's heart inadvertently quivered. However, Lone Tyrant quickly dispelled this feeling because he did not believe Shifeng could do anything to him while so many players surrounded him. In the next moment, however, Shifeng vanished from the treetop and everyone's sight. This is not good. He's trying to escape. Quickly, use flare. Lone Tyrant hurriedly shouted. The Rangers quickly used flare upon receiving Lone Tyrant's command, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. Within the effective range of flare, all stealth-type skills would lose their effects. Yet, even after tens of flares had been launched, Shifeng's figure still could not be found. What the players of Dark Star did not know was that, after Shifeng had activated the Ring of Nothingness, his first task was not to escape, but to leap forward and charge towards the tree closest to Lone Tyrant. Hence, the flares used to seal his path of escape served no purpose whatsoever. Damn it! He plans to kill his way over. Use flare and shine guild leader Tyrant's surroundings. When Yulan recalled the faint smile on Black Flame's face as he pinned Lone Tyrant with a glare, she instinctively felt that Shifeng aimed to kill the commander. Only by doing could Shifeng possibly redeem Zero Wing's fame and prestige. At that time, even if Dark Star managed to annihilate Zero Wing's core team, it would not damage Zero Wing's reputation if Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, died at Black Flame's hands. After all, Even though Zero Wing only had tens of players on their side, they would still have managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader while under the protection of over 1,000 players. At that time, Dark Star would be the one suffering humiliation. Why are you all still daydreaming? Move! Yulan angrily shouted when she noticed that none of Dark Star's rangers had reacted. However, Yulan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Instead of looking towards the outskirts of the encirclement, all of these rangers stared at the space above her. Immediately, Yulan raised her head, discovering a figure falling towards her, and this figure was none other than Shifeng himself. Panic surfaced on Lone Tyrant's face. He never imagined that Shifeng would be so suicidal as to come for his life. Black Flame, if you wish to die then I'll grant your wish. The corners of Lone Tyrant's mouth raised slightly. He then picked up his shield and sword, fully prepared to guard against Shifeng's attack. What amazing courage! Ming Sha, who stood by Lone Tyrant's side, brimmed with fighting spirit right now, his eyes glowing as he watched Shifeng fall. He then retrieved the Bone Shatterer from his back and stood in front of Lone Tyrant, acting like a highly defensive wall. Ming Sha secretly admired Shifeng's performance, and he deeply wished he that could properly exchange blows with this man. However, responsibilities came first, so he had no choice but to get rid of Shifeng. Even with Ming Sha protecting Lone Tyrant, Yulan still felt that something was off. After all, why would an intelligent and resourceful man like Black Flame carry out such a reckless action? As insurance, Yulan hurriedly commanded, Guardian Knights, use Protection Blessing on Guild Leader Tyrant. All healers focus on healing Guild Leader Tyrant as well. Do not let Black Flame succeed. Chapter 314, True Expert. When Shifeng landed soundlessly on the ground, he was only 20 yards away from Lone Tyrant. In the next moment, sacred heals graced Lone Tyrant, one after another. Lone Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on the ranking list of White River City. He was one of the apex MTs throughout White River City as well. Although he was only level 21 at the moment, he had over 3,700 HP, and he was not much weaker than Kola. With high HP and defense, physical damage classes such as Assassins, Berserkers, Swordsmen, and Rangers would find it extremely difficult to kill Lone Tyrant. Not to mention, Lone Tyrant now had a large team of healers keeping him alive. Moreover, there was also the great expert, Ming Sha, currently guarding him. Hence, Yulan was greatly confused as she watched Shifeng's foolish actions. Let me see what you are made of. Ming Sha smiled at the oncoming Shifeng, and at the same time, he lifted the Bone Shatterer and slashed it down at his enemy. The Bone Shatterer was a massive greatsword, yet, Ming Sha wielded it nimbly and accurately. In a single strike, he had completely sealed off Shifeng's path of advance. At this moment, the surrounding melee players of Dark Star charged at Shifeng, intending to make mincemeat of him. Meanwhile, the mages standing a short distance away also started casting their spells. As long as Ming Sha managed to delay Shifeng for a few more seconds, Shifeng would receive the bombardment of hundreds of spells. Even Zero Wing's chief MT, the Guardian Knight Kola, would lose his life if he received so many spells, not to mention a swordsman like Shifeng. Yet, as if he did not see these mages readying their attacks, Shifeng continued to charge forward, showing no intentions of slowing. Just as Ming Sha's second strike was about to land on Shifeng's body, however, Shifeng's entire person disappeared. Subsequently, Ming Sha's Bone Shatterer struck only air, generating a powerful gust of wind. The Elementalists, Cursemancers, Summoners, and all other ranged classes that were about to launch their attacks also interrupted their chanting after they lost sight of their target. Where is he? When Ming Sha failed to find Shifeng in front of him, he could not help but examine his surroundings. Suddenly, Ming Sha felt a chilling intent coming from behind him. Spinning around, he discovered that, just like a ghost, Shifeng had soundlessly appeared behind Lone Tyrant. If not for his acute senses, he would not have detected Shifeng's presence at all. After Shi Feng used silent steps to appear behind Lone Tyrant, he immediately activated Absolute Time. With himself as the center point, all enemies within a 50-yard radius were now unable to use any skills or tools. Shi Feng then brandished the Abyssal Blade, casting Abyssal Bind on Lone Tyrant. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant only felt the cold wind blowing on his back. Only after Shi Feng started brandishing the Abyssal Blade did Lone Tyrant notice that someone stood behind him. Horrified, Lone Tyrant hurriedly leaped forward, hoping to dodge the attack aimed at his back. As insurance, Lone Tyrant even intended to cast Protection Blessing on himself. However, Shi Feng was simply too fast. He had activated Absolute Time and Abyssal Bind almost simultaneously. Discovering that he could not activate Protection Blessing, Lone Tyrant's heart grew extremely anxious. In the next instant, 9 pitch-black chains bound his body, preventing him from moving even an inch. Meanwhile, the healers standing in the distance could only watch this scene play out. With their skills locked, the most they could do was provide moral support. Damn! Seeing that Shi Feng was the only person standing close to Lone Tyrant, Ming Sha realized that he had been tricked. Shi Feng had deceived him into leaving Lone Tyrant's side. Suddenly, a feeling that he had just been played for a fool grew in Ming Sha's mind. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling. Lone Tyrant was bound and completely unguarded right now. He was unable to resist in the slightest. If he, Ming Sha, had stayed by Lone Tyrant's side, even if Lone Tyrant were bound, he could have still helped defend against attacks. Now, however, he was almost a full 10 yards away from Lone Tyrant. If this were any other day, he could have closed the distance between them using the charge he had specifically reserved. Now, however, none of his skills would work. Even if he wanted to save Lone Tyrant, he was powerless to do so. However, he only needed around 2 seconds to close a distance of 10 yards. As long as Lone Tyrant could survive that long, Ming Sha was confident in stopping Shi Feng, preventing Shi Feng from dealing any more damage to Lone Tyrant. Naturally, Lone Tyrant had considered this as well. Hence, even when faced with Shi Feng's Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow, he still revealed his confidence as if saying, "What can you do to me?" He was a guardian knight who possessed 3,700 HP. It was simply impossible for Shi Feng to kill him in 2 short seconds. Unfortunately, reality had cruelly slapped Lone Tyrant in the face. When Shi Feng's chop landed on Lone Tyrant, who now had his defense reduced by 100% due to the effects of the Abyssal Bind, a frightening damage of -1,500 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. This single slash had erased Lone Tyrant's confidence. Now, an expression of fear decorated Lone Tyrant's face instead. Immediately, Lone Tyrant struggled to escape Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much energy he expended, the bone-chilling chains remained unperturbed. This was the first time Lone Tyrant had felt so powerless. He had over 1,000 subordinates and a team of experts protecting him. Yet, Shi Feng regarded them all as nothing. Now, he could not even resist while Shi Feng arbitrarily slaughtered him. Shi Feng lifted the Abyssal Blade high. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade, which was covered in green arcs of lightning, descended, and 3 arcs of lightning penetrated Lone Tyrant's body. -984, -1,370, -1892. After Thundering Flash ended, Lone Tyrant's body fell to the ground. From beginning to end, Shi Feng had only used 2 moves to finish off Lone Tyrant, and the time he spent doing so had not exceeded 1 second. Shi Feng's attack power thoroughly shocked everyone from Dark Star. Shi Feng's performance was simply stunning. Even when faced with over 1,000 elites from Dark Star, he managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant. Ming Sha was also stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that Lone Tyrant would die so quickly under Shi Feng's assault. "Everybody, get him. No matter what, do not let him escape." Ming Sha bellowed as he felt unprecedented humiliation. After finishing off Lone Tyrant, Feng sent a chilling gaze to his surroundings. Those who received his gaze inadvertently halted their steps, and none dared to look Feng in the eyes. Feng was like a king that had descended from heaven, nobody dared compete with him over dominance. Faced with Ming Sha's glare, Feng simply raised his index finger at Ming Sha. He then made a hooking motion with his finger and softly chuckled. Ming Sha's rage burned even brighter after receiving such a blatant provocation. Immediately, he lifted his great sword and charged at his opponent. In reply to Ming Sha's actions, Feng gently waved the abyssal blade as he walked forward. Feng had the presence of a king facing an ant's challenge, his mind appearing completely at ease. When the two swords collided, sparks flew. The impact of the attack forced Ming Sha to retreat multiple steps before he could stabilize himself. Feng, however, had not moved an inch. The gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance. Giving Ming Sha no time, Feng instantly charged forward and brandished his sword. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Feng's attacks were like a violent gale. Ming Sha desperately dodged and blocked the onslaught. However, each time Ming Sha was knocked back, it was very difficult for him to stabilize his form. After receiving over a dozen attacks, Ming Sha finally failed to block an attack. He received a hit to his abdomen, and the blow sent him flying. However, Feng was not done. Feng's feet suddenly exerted an explosive force, creating a deep pit in the ground as his body shot towards Ming Sha like an artillery shell. While his body remained in midair, Ming Sha was unable to exert any force to retaliate or dodge. The moment Feng shot past Ming Sha, he brandished his swords multiple times. Each and every attack struck Ming Sha's vital points, all of them causing over -600 damage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Sha's life was no more. The scene dumbfounded the audience from Dark Star. What they had witnessed was simply Feng flying past Ming Sha, followed by silvery sword streaks wrapping around Ming Sha's body. By the time Feng passed Ming Sha's body, Ming Sha was already dead. Meanwhile, after Feng dove into the dense forest, with a few leaps, his figure completely vanished. At this time, some of Dark Star's members finally responded and rushed in the direction Feng had disappeared. Yulan, do we chase after him? South Wolf worriedly asked as he looked to Yulan. South Wolf was very clear about just how powerful Ming Sha was. Yet, such a powerful expert still died at Feng's hands. Moreover, from beginning to end, Feng had not used any skills in the exchange with Ming Sha. He relied purely on techniques to kill his opponent. This was something that South Wolf had never dared to imagine possible in the past. Now, however, South Wolf finally realized what a true expert was. Yulan shook her head and released a soft sigh, saying, "No. If Black Flame possesses such strength, even if we chase after him, what can we actually do to him? Not to mention, our speed can't compare to his at all. We should save our energy and give up." First, he had killed Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, amidst an army of thousands. Next, while he was escaping, he managed to kill an expert like Ming Sha. This time, Dark Star had truly lost all dignity. Even if Dark Star managed to exterminate Zero Wing's core team at a later date, it would only add on to the gossip about Dark Star. This time, Dark Star had truly suffered a defeat. Chapter 315, Breaking Past the Encirclement. Are we giving up, just like that? South Wolf still held some resentment in his heart. After all, Feng had killed him once before. Then what do you propose? Yulan revealed a calm smile. She then pointed towards the direction of the Silverleaf Forest in which Feng had disappeared, saying, "If you aren't satisfied, be my guest. However, you have already fully experienced Black Flame's horrifying might. Under that complete silencing skill, he can easily kill whoever he wants. As long as the cooldown for that skill refreshes, he might turn around and start another massacre. At that time, the first target he'll go after will be you. When South Wolf heard her reasoning, cold sweat permeated his forehead as he recalled the scene of Shifeng killing Ming Sha before escaping. Even until now, fear lingered within him. But how should we explain things to young Master Feng? Although South Wolf feared Shifeng, Feng Xianyang was not someone he could afford to provoke. I'll deal with young Master Feng. Today, we experienced Black Flame's true strength, so consider it a great harvest. As for the other matters, let's leave those to Guild Leader Tyrant to deal with. Yulan said as she revealed a mysterious smile. She then turned around and left. Feeling helpless, South Wolf sighed and departed with Yulan. Now that both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha had died, what could he, South Wolf, possibly do? Moreover, his main task for today was to show Yulan around the guild and allow her to assess the situation at Dark Star. Hunting Zero Wing was a side task. At a lake nestled in the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing had been waiting for a long time now. However, even after so much time had passed, Shifeng had yet to show up, causing them all to grow slightly anxious. Sister Fire Dance, guild leader still hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we check on him? One of the 5 demon generals, the assassin, Flying Shadow asked. In the past, Flying Shadow had been a solitary person. However, his strength could rank at the very top of Shadow. Although he had not performed any outstanding feats during the early stages of the game, he had not performed badly either. In general, he had been an average player. In this life, however, after Shifeng recruited him into the Zero Wing workshop, he immediately assigned him to Zero Wing's core team. Many in the guild had initially voiced their opinions against this matter. However, as time slowly passed, everyone finally realized that Shifeng's decision was still as impeccable as always. It was not something the likes of them could hope to compare to. Within the Zero Wing's core team, Fire Dance had always been the publicly acknowledged number 1 assassin of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the position of number 2 assassin had been undetermined. However, after Flying Shadow joined the guild, his techniques rose rapidly with each passing battle and friendly competition. Very quickly, everyone began to acknowledge him, and now, he was considered the most powerful assassin in Zero Wing after Fire Dance. No. Since guild leader has chosen to stay behind, he obviously is confident of obtaining victory. We will only be a hindrance if we try to help. Fire Dance shook her head and rejected Flying Shadow's proposal. In reality, however, she was also worried about Shifeng. At this moment, a black figure pierced through the brush, landing by the lakeside soundlessly. Before anyone noticed, this black figure had arrived before them. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were the first to detect this figure's presence. Instinctively, Fire Dance retrieved the daggers from her waist, preparing to meet with a great enemy. Soon after, everyone else discovered the presence of this newcomer as well, and they too promptly readied their weapons. Although they could not see this black figure's appearance clearly, the pressure the figure emitted was no less than a Lord-ranked boss. Guild leader. Fire Dance quickly recognized Shifeng's appearance, and she was greatly shocked when she felt his aura. Previously, as they had been in a hurry to escape, she had not noticed Shifeng's change. Now that she confronted Shifeng, face to face, she suddenly realized that Shifeng's strength had greatly improved. Right now, even she could not determine exactly how powerful Shifeng was. It was especially true for the sharp and frightening aura he emanated. It seems that all of you have improved greatly recently. You actually managed to discover me so quickly. Shifeng examined his guild members and revealed a satisfied smile. Battles in God's domain were unlike any other virtual reality game. The improvement of a person's strength was not limited to techniques and equipment. One must also possess a bestial intuition. After all, the penalty for death was not low, so such an intuition was essential when engaged in combat in the fields. In reality, if players did not suffer death when grinding out in the fields, they could easily reach level 200 within 2 years. Yet, Shifeng had taken a decade to reach level 200 in the past. Death was inevitable when battling in God's domain. In the past, Shifeng had died countless times while participating in all sorts of combat. In God's domain, danger always lurked around the corner. Guild wars were only a small part of the dangers in God's domain. Thus, it was of utmost importance for a player to nurture a bestial intuition to avoid unnecessary deaths. It was also a key to leveling up quickly. People's lives in reality were simply too peaceful, so this bestial intuition had been completely buried deep in their bodies. However, as players experienced more battles in God's domain, this intuition would slowly rise to the surface. Meanwhile, the rate at which players improved also correlated to how strong their intuition became, and this was one of the main factors differentiating average players from experts. Shifeng chose to appear so stealthily to test everyone's intuition, and the result had not disappointed him. Compared to several days ago, everyone present had improved greatly. Though, when compared to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, everyone else's improvement paled slightly. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than the average elite player. After Shifeng finished evaluating everyone's strengths, he then said with a smile, "All right, let's leave this place. Follow me." Leave. This was exactly what everyone had constantly tried to do. However, it was simply too difficult to accomplish. Currently, Dark Star's forces locked down the Silverleaf Forest. With their team of slightly more than 30, it was impossible to fight their way out of the forest. In the next moment, however, Shifeng gave everyone an underwater breathing potion. This potion allowed players to breathe underwater for half an hour. Following which, Shifeng gulped down the breathing potion and jumped into the lake. He then dove into the depths of the lake. The team copied Shifeng's actions, drinking the breathing potion and jumping into the lake as well. This lake was not just a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it connected to the other lakes found in the Silverleaf Forest. A player in the past had accidentally stumbled on this particular secret. This player had only managed to discover this secret as he tried to catch the silver carp found in the Silverleaf Forest. The silver carp was a precious cooking ingredient, and its flavor far surpassed the carp found in the real world. Moreover, after eating the dishes made using the silver carp, there was a very small chance for players to receive a permanent increase of 1 point to a basic attribute. Players could receive up to a total of 20 attribute points through consuming these delicacies. Unfortunately, the attribute rewarded was always random. Even so, players still valued the silver carp. Many players who were gourmands and wished to increase their strength would willingly spend a massive sum of money to purchase silver carp. So, silver carp had always been short in supply, and their prices had steadily increased over time. Back in the day, plenty of players would come to the Silverleaf Forest to fish for the silver carp. There was also no lack of bloodbaths due to competition over these silver carp as well. Shifeng led everyone through one underwater tunnel after another, gradually distancing themselves from Dark Star's encirclement. However, Dark Star still held Silverleaf Forest's exits. So, it was impossible for them to depart from the forest safely. A guild war order could seal an area for 24 hours. During this period, no one could use return scrolls in this area. In addition, if enemy guild members logged out of the game while in this area, they would receive very harsh punishment. This punishment was far more severe than even the penalty for death, as it was meant to prevent players from abusing this method to avoid the war. However, guild war orders had a cooldown time of 2 natural days. In God's domain, that would be 96 hours. Hence, after players managed to endure and survive through the Guild War Order's effective period of 24 hours, they could return directly to the city using a return scroll. Shifeng intended to take advantage of these underwater tunnels before anyone discovered their existence. By doing so, they could escape Dark Star's surveillance and wait out the seal of the Guild War Order. Dark Star had a lot of members inside the Silverleaf Forest. However, due to Shi Feng's group killing one of their teams, which had consisted of over 100 elite players, in addition to Shi Feng's impossible feat of killing both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 players, Dark Star no longer dared spread their forces too thin. They even called for more reinforcements to the Silverleaf Forest. Yet, even after thoroughly searching the area where the previous battle took place, they still could not manage to locate any traces of Shi Feng and the others. Time passed, little by little. After his resurrection, Lone Tyrant was like a madman as he sent out all members of Dark Star to hunt Shi Feng's team in the Silverleaf Forest. His insanity also attracted the attention of the players in White River City. Why was Dark Star sending even more players to the Silverleaf Forest? Were the thousands of players they had sent there before not enough to deal with the core members of Zero Wing? At this time, a new post from Black Flame appeared on the forums, and within the post, there was a video. This video bore the title, Dark Star's Guild Leader, Lone Tyrant's Death. Chapter 316, Shocking Star Moon. The confrontation between Dark Star and Zero Wing had already become explosively popular on the forums. Previously, using the name Black Flame, Shi Feng had declared that he would exact vengeance against Dark Star. In response, those who knew of Dark Star's strength were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of success. After all, everyone knew that Zero Wing had only recently established, it did not possess a significant background. However, Zero Wing was still the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to possess a guild residence, so most considered it to have great potential. If it spent a few more months developing, it might become an existence that surpassed even Dark Star. At the moment, though, it was simply too early for Zero Wing to go against Dark Star. Yet, sometime later, such remarks about Zero Wing completely disappeared. World Dominators, veteran first-rate guild, had actually suffered defeat. Moreover, the guild had been eliminated from the competition for dominance over White River City. Zero Wing had played a significant role in achieving this feat, so it was apparent that Zero Wing was not as weak as everyone had imagined. Hence, the moment the video of Shi Feng killing Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant, uploaded, its popularity instantly grew. In particular, the scene where Shi Feng indifferently faced off against an army of over 1,000 elites and managed to kill Lone Tyrant by himself garnered huge amounts of attention. Shi Feng's actions made it seem as if killing the enemy commander while surrounded by an army as simple as taking something out of his pockets. A scene that was only possible in storybooks had actually occurred in reality. In the face of Shi Feng, the guild leader of Dark Star was like a little kid. Even as Lone Tyrant died, he had not offered the least bit of resistance. On the other hand, just a glance from Shi Feng caused the thousands of players of Dark Star to freeze in fright. At that time, Shi Feng was like a king. Before him, everybody else could only submit. Also, the scene in which Shi Feng killed Ming Sha as he departed was even more amazing. Anybody could tell at a glance that the berserker, Ming Sha, was not just an ordinary expert. Yet, even so, Shi Feng killed him effortlessly. However, this did not mean that Ming Sha was weak. Instead, Shi Feng was simply too strong. This Black Flame is too powerful. With his skills, he can rank on the God's Domain Experts list. Not likely. That's the God's Domain Experts list you're talking about. The Secret Pavilion has collected information on all experts in God's domain to compile that list, and the God's domain experts that rank on it are all monsters. Previously, even though the God-ranked expert, Yi Feng, had killed over 100 players all by himself, he still failed to earn a spot on that list. The Secret Pavilion was famous in the virtual gaming world, and one could find the Secret Pavilion's presence in practically every virtual reality game available. The experts list compiled by the Secret Pavilion was also well received by many players. After all, by browsing through the experts list, one could easily find information such as the major events that had occurred in God's domain, what kind of experts were present in the game, who the number one player was, and more. Players had no need to go through the trouble of searching for such information through the official forums. Any player who managed to earn a place on the experts list was a target for recruitment of all of the major workshops in the gaming industry. Although nobody knew whether Black Flame was capable of ranking on the experts list, undoubtedly, he had already earned his fame in Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, whenever people talked about Zero Wing, the first thing that would come to their minds would be Black Flame. Damn it! Damn that Black Flame! Lone Tyrant burst into an uncontrollable rage when he discovered the video Shifeng had uploaded. His original plan to destroy Zero Wing had completely backfired, and instead, he became the laughingstock throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Have we not found them yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Dark Star had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only had it lost more than 1,000 players to Zero Wing, but Dark Star's fame and prestige had also been destroyed. Lone Tyrant's reputation had gone up in flames. To make things worse, he still had to compensate World Dominators for its losses. The amount they had to pay would definitely put a dent in Dark Star's funds, damaging the guild's development. In this war, Dark Star had suffered a double loss. However, Lone Tyrant was completely helpless about this situation. Guild leader, we've already increased the number of people searching for them to 15,000. However, it's as if they grew wings and flew away. Even after rummaging through the entire Silverleaf forest, we still can't find any traces of Zero Wing. I suspect that they have long since left the forest. Otherwise, if Black Flame and the core members of Zero Wing were still here, Zero Wing's and Ouroboros's forces would have carved a path of blood into this forest by now. They wouldn't have dispersed and went on to do their own things. Lone Tyrant's confidant explained slowly. Before, Lone Tyrant's anger had blinded him, so he had not considered this. However, now that he thought it through, it was as his confidant said. If Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, were still trapped deep in his enemy's territory, how could the other members of his guild possibly sit and do nothing? They would have charged forward in desperation. If Zero Wing had joined hands with Ouroboros, based on Dark Star's strength, Dark Star would have no choice but to back off. Yet, Zero Wing had not done so. Even the reinforcements Lone Tyrant had called in from White River City received no obstruction whatsoever from the other guild. Based on Zero Wing's inaction, one could conclude that Black Flame had indeed already left the Silverleaf forest. Damn that Black Flame! We've wasted so much time and manpower. Lone Tyrant's eyes burned with anger. However, he was simply helpless against Zero Wing. It was no longer possible to deal with their enemy now. Previously, he had the help of World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators was out of the competition, if Dark Star wished to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to fight both Zero Wing and Ouroboros simultaneously. Even with Underworld support, it was still not an opponent for these two guilds. Suddenly, Lone Tyrant seemed to age by several years. Pass on my command, everybody is dismissed. Those who should rest, rest. Those who wish to level up, go level up. As for the rewards and compensations, I will issue those later. After Lone Tyrant finished speaking, as if all the strength in his body drained away, his entire person became powerless. Soon after, everyone from Dark Star departed from the Silverleaf Forest, one after another. As for the seal of Guild War Order, that, too, had dissipated. When the thousands of players from Dark Star hunted Shifeng's group, having nothing better to do, Shifeng and the others had spent their time searching for silver carp at a lake. Currently, nobody that knew how precious silver carp were. Moreover, now that the underwater areas of the Silverleaf Forest had yet to develop, one could find a large number of silver carp in the lakes in the area. Even in the very beginning, each silver carp sold for 20 silver coins. Presently, 20 silver was worth 3,000 credits, it could compare to the monthly salaries of white-collared workers. By the time everybody discovered the silver carp's value, its price had soared from the initial 20 silver coins to 2 gold coins. To an average player, such an amount was a fortune. During the several hours Dark Star had hunted them, Shifeng and the others had managed to catch over 20 silver carp. They even discovered multiple treasure chests. Although they were only bronze and mysterious iron rank, it was still a considerable harvest. Guild leader, as you predicted, Dark Star has released the seal on the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance reported excitedly. Although everything had gone according to Shifeng's plan, when everyone witnessed the area seal lifting so quickly, they could not help their astonishment. It was as if everything was within Shifeng's grasp. That's that. However, we are now red players. If we aren't nobles of White River City, we won't have any way to enter the city safely. Most of us are already level 20, so if we wish to upgrade ourselves further, we need to complete our class change. Let's first wash away our red names. Otherwise, we can't enter White River City to accept our class change quest. Shifeng was not particularly surprised about the seal on the Silverleaf Forest releasing. After spending so much time and manpower, Dark Star had still failed to locate any of them. As long as Lone Tyrant was not an idiot, he would definitely stop searching for them like a fool. Chapter 317, Town Capture. Guild leader, our names are as red as blood right now. Most of us have killed more than 10 people, while Blackie and I have killed more than 100 each. We'll need to waste a lot of time to cleanse our red names completely. By the time we do, most of the players from the other guilds will have already reached level 20, Fire Dance said as she smiled bitterly. If a player wished to remove their status as a red name, they needed to remove the crime value they had accumulated. One of the most common ways to get rid of crime value was to wait, as a player's crime value decreased over time. However, if one's crime value was excessively high, they needed to punish evil and promote righteousness. However, although killing NPCs such as villains, criminals, and bandits would significantly reduce a player's crime value, there was no other benefit for doing so. Killing these NPCs would not provide players with any additional rewards or EXP. Moreover, these NPCs were very few and usually scattered all over God's domain. It would be fine if players hunted for these NPCs by themselves, but hunting as a group would be time-consuming and inefficient. Indeed. Let's forget about cleansing your red names for now. We'll raise our White River City reputation. As long as you become nobles, entering the city as red names will not have significant consequences. We should have no problems taking on the class change quest. Shifeng made his decision after some thought. Otherwise, it would take around 2 to 3 days' effort to cleanse such a high crime value. Everyone fell speechless when they heard Shifeng's decision to raise their reputation in White River City to the degree of becoming a noble. Shifeng made it sound as if becoming a noble of White River City was as easy as buying cabbage from the market. It was extremely difficult for players to raise their White River City reputation, and one needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate sufficient reputation points to become a noble. In this case, it would be much easier to hunt for NPC bandits. Guild leader, do you have a method to increase our White River City reputation quickly? Blackie knew that Shifeng would not speak without reason. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he looked to his guild leader for answers. A noble of White River City. Currently, one could count the number of players that had become nobles of White River City on one's fingers. After becoming a noble, not only could one purchase a business stall in White River City, but one could also receive high-level quests in the city. The rewards were enough to drool over. Although the EXP rewarded was low, the monetary rewards consisted of silver coins, not copper coins. Most importantly, nobles could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items in White River City. They could also receive a 30% discount when repairing weapons and equipment. Currently, every time they went to repair items, they would always leave with a stomach ache. Due to the quality of their items, the repair fees were at least 6 times higher than the average players. If they could become nobles of White River City, in the future, they would not become poor bastards whenever they needed to repair their equipment. They might even get the chance to enter the nobles' district. Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "Do you really think it is so easy to become a noble?" The team could not help their laughter at Blackie as he nearly choked from Shifeng's reply. Although it is not easy to raise one's reputation in White River City, if one wishes to increase it quickly, there is indeed a method to do so. Guild leader, is there really such a method? Kola asked excitedly. It was an absolute nightmare for him whenever he had to repair his equipment. Out of cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor, the repair fees for cloth armor were the cheapest. On the other hand, plate armor cost the most to repair, and normally, the fees were at least double that of cloth armor. "Ah, there is one method, town capture," Shifeng nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Shifeng's announcement stunned his guildmates. What kind of trouble was Shifeng trying to stir? They had just escaped from Dark Star's pursuit, yet, now, they were going to capture a town. Town capture. Kola was confused. Although he did not know why Shifeng suggested they capture a town, such a thing was not easy. Level 50 elite NPCs guarded every town. There were even Tier 2 NPCs protecting them. Even with their strength combined, they wouldn't be a match for even a single level 50 elite NPC, not to mention a Tier 2 NPC. That's right. However, we're not going to capture just any town. Instead, our aim is Creek Town, one of the towns within the White River City region that's occupied by evil-aligned NPCs. As long as we capture this town, we can obtain a lot of White River City reputation points. If we're lucky, there might even be unexpected rewards, Shifeng explained. However, it won't be easy. I'll need to make some preparations before we set off. Just stay here and catch some fish for now. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll notify you guys once I'm done. After Shifeng said so, he used a return scroll. Town capture. During the middle stages of God's domain, this was a commonplace activity for players. There were plenty of small towns in God's domain, and a majority of these towns were not under the management of any kingdoms or empires. Instead, other forces occupied these towns. So long as players wished to establish their own empire in God's domain, it was a must for them to occupy towns. Meanwhile, if players wished to occupy a town, they needed to chase away the forces that occupied said town first. Only by doing so could they turn the town into their own guild town. They could then slowly develop and upgrade the town's rank. It was also not impossible for players to develop a town to surpass even Star Moon City. However, the conditions for doing so were extremely demanding, so it was very difficult for players to succeed. Moreover, capturing a town was easier said than done. Even if the current number 1 guild in White River City, Ouroboros, went all out, they should not have any clue of how to capture a town. It should be impossible for Ouroboros to capture even the most bordered and resource-poor town. On top of that, now that Shifeng had unsealed the Endless Abyss, towns had upgraded their overall strength in preparation for the assault from demonic beasts, making it even more challenging for players to capture a town. However, Creek Town, the town Shifeng had chosen as his target, was slightly special. There was a hidden quest in White River City that would greatly reduce the overall strength of Creek Town. If the town were weakened, capture would become far easier. However, in order to accept this hidden quest, at the very minimum, one must first become a Viscount of White River City. Fortunately, Shifeng just happened to be just that. After Shifeng returned to White River City, he suddenly became the focus of the entire city. Any players who saw him immediately began whispering to companions or strangers by their sides. Shifeng was a celebrity right now, and everyone in White River City knew about him. Although part of the reason why Shifeng attracted so much attention was due to his blood-red name, the actual cause for his fame was due to the name Black Flame. The video of the battle in the Silverleaf Forest was extremely exciting. The scene where Shi Feng had leaped high into the air to finish off Ming Sha was particularly unforgettable. Countless players had tried to mimic Shi Feng's actions. Unfortunately, average players could, at most, jump 2 to 3 meters high. Compared to Shi Feng, who had managed to reach a height of 8 meters, the gap between them was simply too massive. Moreover, Shi Feng had brandished his sword 6 times while in mid-air, and every strike accurately landed on Ming Sha's vital points. Through their attempts to mimic Shi Feng's actions, everyone's admiration for him grew. Everyone knew that a player's basic attributes determined the gap between them and others. Only after making a comparison did they know just how wide the gap was between them and Shi Feng. Guild Leader Black Flame. When will Zero Wing hold another mass recruitment? I've been waiting to join Zero Wing for a long time now, a level 17 male swordsman asked loudly. That's right. This little girl wishes to join Zero Wing as well. Big Brother Black Flame, please tell this little sister when you'll recruit again. It can be our little secret. I promise not to tell anyone, a beautiful female summoner asked sweetly. Everyone's eagerness to join Zero Wing grew greater and greater. If Zero Wing had not announced to the public that it had temporarily halted recruitment in order to fine-tune the management of the guild, the stampede of players might have trampled Zero Wing's recruitment area by now. The crowd's enthusiasm started to make even Shi Feng grow afraid. Without a better choice, he said, everyone can rest assured that Zero Wing will definitely recruit for more members. Moreover, we will have even more slots available during the next recruitment. As for the time and venue, the recruitment will be held in 3 days at Zero Wing's guild residence. I hope that everyone will show up for the registration when the time comes. Finished speaking, Shi Feng hurriedly escaped. If he remained any longer, he might not be able to get away. In 3 days? Great! I can use that time to improve my techniques and strength. I will definitely pass the test and become a member of Zero Wing. After receiving a specific time, everyone grew even more enthusiastic. They all swore to join Zero Wing no matter what. In their minds, Zero Wing stood out like a sacred temple of experts. Assassin Fire Dance, Guardian Knight Cola, Elementalist Aqua Rose, Berserker Lonely Snow, Cursemancer Black Cloud, Cleric Violet Cloud, Swordsman Black Flame, Swordsman Yifeng, and many other experts all belonged to Zero Wing. These experts possessed brilliant battle records in God's domain, and they were far stronger than other guilds' experts. Chapter 318, Blood Hand. Shi Feng's return immediately attracted the attention of the various powers in White River City. When these powers learned about Shi Feng's return, in addition, his blood-red-colored name, they knew that Dark Star's encirclement had failed. Dark Star had dispatched over 10,000 members during this encounter. Yet, they still failed to annihilate Zero Wing's core members. This conclusion had greatly boosted Zero Wing's fame. Moreover, Lone Tyrant's death at Shi Feng's hands had also been a huge blow to Dark Star's reputation. Excluding world dominators, which had already been eliminated from the competition for the dominance over White River City, Dark Star's current reputation ranked at the very bottom of the top 6 guilds of White River City. As a result, many players who had originally intended to join Dark Star now had their sights on Zero Wing instead. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed Dark Star. After escaping the attention of the passionate players surrounding him, Shi Feng immediately draped a black cloak over his shoulders, covering his face and hiding his name. He then hurried towards the Adventurers Association of White River City. On the way, Shi Feng contacted Aqua Rose and had her bring around 60 core members to the Adventurers Association to meet up with him. 20 minutes later, Aqua Rose showed up at the entrance of the Adventurers Association with the requested guildmates. Every one of these core members wore equipment that was mysterious iron rank and above. Among them, many possessed secret silver equipment. The group looked dazzling when they stood in front of the entrance, invoking the envy and admiration of many passing players. Although Dark Star's ambush and the battle with world dominators had significantly damaged Zero Wing, fortunately, the guild possessed a relatively large stock of bronze and mysterious iron equipment to compensate for the loss. Only, some time was required to regain the lost levels. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's group consisted of players that had been busy raiding dungeons while the guild war had taken place. They had not been able to make it in time to help. "Big Sis Aqua, why do you think the guild leader called us here?" a female cleric called Snow Goose asked curiously. "Isn't it obvious? Dark Star caused us trouble, picking a fight. Our guild leader obviously wants us here to plan our payback," a berserker said, laughing. "That's great. The dungeon we raided before was too far away, so we couldn't join in the guild war. Now, I'll get to teach those bastards from Dark Star a lesson." Snow Goose giggled as she waved her delicate fist around. Watching this scene, Aqua Rose could not help but laugh, saying, "Snow Goose, aren't you a little too aggressive? Although the guild leader hasn't expressed his plans for us yet, I feel that he called us here for something else. Otherwise, if we start a war against Dark Star with the few numbers we have here, we won't even fill in the gaps between their teeth. Stop guessing blindly. In any case, we'll know what he wants us to do soon enough." Hearing that their guild leader had called them here for something else, Snow Goose's mood dampened slightly. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. Shifeng finally arrived after Aqua Rose and the others had waited at the Adventurers Association's entrance for a short while. "Guild leader, why are you still wearing a cloak? Are we not allowed to expose ourselves in this operation? Should we leave and sneak back over here?" Aqua Rose could not help her confusion when she saw Shifeng hiding his face. At this moment, Shifeng looked like a wanted criminal who was afraid of being discovered. "I hadn't intended to use it. However, being too famous doesn't help me either. If I remove my cloak, I don't think I will get further than the front door of the Adventurers Association," Shifeng said, laughing bitterly. "Forget about it. Invite me to the team and let's get down to business." From Shifeng's brief explanation, Aqua Rose imagined the comical scene of a horde of players mobbing Shifeng. Involuntarily, Aqua Rose's lips hooked up into a bright smile. The dignified guild leader of Zero Wing had been fearless even against an army of thousands. Yet, now, he was actually afraid of his fans' enthusiasm. After Aqua Rose invited Shifeng to the team, she passed the team leader position to Shifeng. After becoming the leader of the team, Shifeng immediately examined everyone's level, and he could not help but feel proud at what he saw. A majority of the team was level 19, while a small portion had already reached level 20. This was unimaginable in any other guild. As the various large guilds competed over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, naturally, they would not hurry to level up. In truth, the guild's actions were similar to putting the cart before the horse. Although obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was important, God's Domain worked differently from other MMOs. If players paid too much attention to their gains and losses during the early stages of the game, they could easily miss other opportunities. Take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class for example. Level 20 dungeon specifically catered to Tier 1 classes. The only reason Fire Dance and the others had managed to clear level 20 dungeons was mainly due to the excellent equipment they possessed. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. Not to mention, there were still the 50-man and 100-man level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Hence, the earlier they completed their Tier 1 promotion, the better their chances were of obtaining the first clear of the 100-man team dungeon. The only benefit of obtaining the first clear of the level 10 3 great dungeons was fame among players. By obtaining the first clear of a level 20, 100-man team dungeon, however, not only could they increase their fame, but they could also encounter a great opportunity. "Let's head to the second floor," Shifeng said in the team chat. Normally, nobody visited the second floor of the Adventurers Association. This place did not receive individual guild players. Instead, this place was exclusive to guild teams. Sister Aqua, why do you think the guild leader has led us here? Snow Goose asked curiously. I don't know. Aqua Rose shook her head. She, too, could not see through their guild leader, Shifeng. However, it was precisely because of this that she had chosen to join Zero Wing. She then continued, however, this is where guilds come to take on large-scale quests. I wonder what kind of great quest the guild leader plans to accept. At this time, Shifeng sat in front of the VIP counter. With a smile, the beautiful receptionist behind the counter asked, Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today? I wish to take on a guild crusade quest, Shifeng requested. Okay. However, as the Zero Wing Guild is only a 3-star guild, there are only 4 locations available for a crusade. May I know which location Lord Viscount desires? The receptionist listed the 4 locations. They were rather remote towns, barren wastelands. However, dark forces occupied each location. Without 2,000 to 3,000 level 30 tier 1 players, one should not even consider capturing it. Of course, this was only in the case for attacking normally. If it were a crusade, however, the difficulty of capturing the town would significantly decrease. Even so, it was still extremely difficult. If one attempted to capture these towns with only 100 players around level 20, it would be suicide. Creek Town, then. Shifeng was very familiar with the crusade quests available in White River City. He chose Creek Town, which was occupied by the Blood Hand Association, without hesitation. Among the many dark forces in the White River City region, the Blood Hand Association was one of the weakest and smallest powers, it ranked at the very bottom. Taking on any of the other 3 locations, each of which was controlled by lower middle-class dark forces, would be nothing more than suicide for Shifeng and his team. They would have no chances of successfully capturing the town at all. Okay. A 1-star crusade quest will require a deposit of 30 gold coins. If the quest is not completed within 5 days, then the deposit will not be refunded. Snow Goose, who currently stood behind Shifeng, widened her delicate mouth in shock when she heard the requirement of a 30 gold deposit. Just what kind of quest was this? To think that they actually needed to pay a deposit before accepting the quest. Moreover, the deposit was even 30 gold coins. Big Sis Aqua, what kind of quest is that? It actually needs 30 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't earn so much money. Snow Goose said, stunned. Snow Goose's words left everyone speechless. Shifeng, on the other hand, merely revealed a calm smile as he paid the 30 gold coins deposit gladly. He then said in the team chat, this is a guild crusade quest. Unless one becomes a true noble of White River City, they can't even accept such a quest. Moreover, 30 gold coins is actually very cheap. Cheap? Everyone was truly speechless this time. At this stage of the game, 30 gold coins was practically the maximum a third-rate guild would possess. If they could not complete this crusade quest, those 30 gold coins would be gone forever. Chapter 319, Windbreaker. After Shifeng accepted the 1-star Guild Crusade quest, he led everyone to the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple was a main hub for healer classes. Here clerics, oracles, and druids could take on quests that rewarded high-level skills related to their classes. Guild leader, what are we doing here? Aqua Rose asked, confused. We're looking for assistance. Shifeng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain further. After entering the main hall of the Twilight Temple, they saw level 180 elite guards crowding the temple. This hall also contained the statue of the Twilight Goddess, below which stood a level 200 priest dressed in red. An oracle advanced to priest after reaching tier 2. To Shifeng and the others, a level 200 priest was an existence that they could only revere. At this moment, however, this priest dressed in red took the initiative to walk up to Shifeng and welcome him. Greetings, Lord Viscount, the priest said, fawning. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Priest. I wish to purchase some water of life. Do you have some here?" Shifeng asked softly. The water of life was the spring water taken from the fountain of eternal life. It was sacred medicine in God's domain that could heal any wound in an instant. It could even regenerate a person's lost limbs, so the water of life was extremely valuable. To NPCs, the water of life held great importance. The Twilight Temple worshipped the Twilight Goddess. Meanwhile, the Fountain of Eternal Life was a godly relic that the Twilight Goddess had bestowed upon the Twilight Temple. Hence, throughout God's domain, only the Twilight Temple could possibly obtain the water of life. Lord Viscount, water of life is precious. This is a gift of the Twilight Goddess to we humans, and every drop is a treasure. It is not something a priest like myself can give to others casually, so I beg for Lord Viscount's forgiveness, the priest said, appearing slightly angry. However, a Viscount was a person of relatively high status in White River City. Even if Shifeng's request angered the priest still had to endure and hold it in. If any other player stood in Shifeng's place right now, the priest might have thrown them out of the temple already. Naturally, Shifeng knew this. Although he had guessed that his identity as a Viscount would not get him the water of life, the priest's unwavering refusal still shocked him slightly. Shifeng then activated the golden stigmata and looked at the priest, asking, "Will this not do?" Suddenly, twinkling golden stars appeared in Shifeng's dark pupils. His body began to emanate a terrifying aura. In the face of this aura, the priest felt even his soul tremble. The priest was the manager of this Twilight Temple, so it was only natural that he would possess vast knowledge regarding God's domain. Stigmata were the war god's temple's symbol of supremacy, and they were categorized into 3 different colors: silver, gold, and purple. A person capable of controlling a golden stigmata was definitely a core character of the war god's temple. "Is it really not possible?" Shifeng asked again. In truth, he was not confident in obtaining the water of life. If players wished to purchase the water of life from the Twilight Temple, the prerequisite was sufficient status among humans. As to what degree of status, even Shifeng was unsure. However, characters like Weissman, the controller of a city, could definitely purchase some. Shifeng was not a city lord, so if he wished to purchase the water of life, he could only try his other identities. If it were not possible to obtain any, he would have to look for other assistants to help him with the Crusade quest instead. After he gained sufficient status in the future, he would return and purchase water of life. After some struggling, the priest finally opened his mouth and said, "Lord Viscount, with your esteemed status, you can purchase 1 drop." "Okay, I'll take it," Shifeng replied, slightly excited. However, his excitement confused the members of Zero Wing behind him. Wasn't it just a single drop of water of life? Yet, it actually caused their usually calm and indifferent guild leader to grow excited. Could this water of life possibly be an epic item? "That will be 300 gold, Lord Viscount." The priest carefully took out a small crystal vial from his pocket. Within this vial, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Aqua Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she heard the required price of 300 gold. The others were stunned as well. However, Shifeng was not surprised by this price. Instead, he handed over 300 gold to the priest without hesitation, his actions even seemed a little impatient. Aqua Rose was speechless when she heard the price for a drop of water of life. There was not a single guild in God's domain that could possibly afford such an amount. Hence, when she saw Shifeng hand over 300 gold to the priest, her disbelief was overwhelming. Although Aqua Rose had long since known that Shifeng was rich, she never thought his fortune was this vast. No wonder guild leader said that 30 gold was cheap before. Snow Goose finally understood Shifeng's words back at the Adventurers Association. Indeed, compared to 300 gold, the 30 gold deposit for the Guild Crusade quest was nothing. With 300 gold, one could fully arm a 100-man elite team with mysterious iron equipment. In the end, just how deeply hidden is this guy? Just how much do I not know about Zero Wing? Aqua Rose shifted her gaze to Shifeng, a complicated feeling possessing her heart. If Lone Tyrant of Dark Star knew about this, he would definitely regret making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Wars between guilds were mainly competitions in financial power. Meanwhile, by showing off its own financial power, Dark Star had simply shown off its slight skill in front of an expert. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that Dark Star could have caused Shifeng some significant problems had they really annihilated Zero Wing's core team. After all, Blackie wielded an epic ranked staff. The others also possessed excellent dark gold items. If Dark Star had managed to obtain these items, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. After Shifeng obtained the Water of Life, he hurried over to a simple, and crude-looking house located in the slums of White River City. In this house lived a middle-aged man with only a single arm. Originally, this man had been a powerful Tier 2 sword master. However, during the Great Demon War, he had lost one of his arms, and subsequently, his strength deteriorated, reverting to an ordinary citizen. This man was Kite. Even before he had lost his arm, Kite had not been very famous in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, he was simply a Tier 2 swordsman, something common. The reason Shifeng had come for Kite was mainly that of his potential. 5 years after God's Domain had officially launched, Kite had another name. Windbreaker. Nobody would have thought that a one-armed man living in the slums of White River City would, after becoming the personal guard of a player, one day grow to become a Tier 5, titled Sword Saint. The more shocking matter was the fact that the owner of this Windbreaker was actually just an independent player with subpar techniques, and this player was simply a lifestyle player. However, due to the presence of this Tier 5, titled Sword Saint, this insignificant, independent player had actually become an existence that nobody dared to provoke casually. The same went for the first-rate guilds at that time. Many first-rate guilds and super guilds had also offered astronomical prices in order to recruit this independent player. Moreover, the prices they offered were much higher than what they would usually offer when recruiting a Tier 5 expert. The reason being, NPCs were different from players. NPCs of the same rank were much more powerful than players, not to mention a Tier 5, Sword Saint that received a title. Kite's strength far surpassed other ordinary Tier 5 Sword Saints. If ranked according to tiers, a title Sword Saint could be considered a Tier 5 class, and only Tier 6 God-ranked players could possibly suppress this Windbreaker. Esteemed Lord Viscount, how may I be of service to you? Kite asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing when he saw Shifeng entering his house. Although he had become a cripple with low status, his bearing was completely different when compared to the priest back at the Twilight Temple. Chapter 320, Personal Guard. When Shifeng saw Kite's depressing state, Shifeng wondered just how much determination that independent player, Drunk Xiao, had when he decided to recruit Kite as his personal guard and invest in grooming swordsmen. However, reality had proven that Drunk Xiao certainly had impressive foresight. When choosing a personal guard, players relied on two things, foresight and luck. If a player made the wrong choice, they could only blame themselves for being dull and impatient. Before placing an NPC under their command, players had absolutely no access to said NPC's data. They would have no access even if they took in an NPC as a normal guard. In the case of Anna, Shifeng could only view her data because she was an assistant provided due to an epic quest. Anna belonged to Shifeng completely, so she fit under the category of a personal guard. After becoming a Viscount, players were given 2 slots for personal guards and 48 slots for normal guards. These slots were precious, as after signing the contract with an NPC, players were required to pay a considerable fee should they ever wish to dissolve the contract. If it were merely dissolving the contract for normal guards, most players could afford the fee. After all, normal guards were incapable of growth. As a player's strength grew, sooner or later, they would have to replace these normal guards. However, personal guards were a different story. Personal guards could grow with a player. Even if it were Shifeng, he would not dare dissolve contracts of personal guards casually, as the price was simply too high. Hence, after players became Viscounts, they would be very careful when selecting their personal guards. They absolutely would not waste these 2 slots. However, leaving it empty was also unwise. Even if one accepted personal guards with slightly lower potential, these personal guards could be of great help when properly developed, especially when leveling up. Moreover, the sooner one started nurturing a personal guard, the stronger they could become later on. Also, players could not simply recruit any NPC they wished. For example, players could not recruit NPCs directly affiliated to the various kingdoms, empires, or the several strongest powers of God's domain. In other words, the NPCs must not be affiliated with any powers. In addition, the stronger the NPC was, the harder it was for a player to put them under their command. Hence, thoughts such as recruiting a level 200 Tier 5 NPC should be kept to one's dreams. In the past, Drunk Xiao's decision to accept Kite as his personal guard relied on both foresight and luck. It was not a feat normal people could repeat. In this life, however, Shifeng had decided that he needed to obtain the NPC named Kite no matter what. Mr. Kite, I have just recently become a Viscount of White River City, and currently, I am trying to recruit guards for myself. I wonder if you would be interested? Shifeng asked. Kite looked a little excited when he heard Shifeng's offer. However, when he looked at the empty space where his right arm used to be, he sighed and said, "My lord, you, too, can see for yourself. I am but a cripple now, so I have no way to serve as one of my lord's guard." I realize Mr. Kite's concerns. I had heard that Mr. Kite became a Tier 2 sword master at an early age. During the Great Demon War, you have even managed to injure a Tier 3 demon heavily, though at the cost of your sword arm. Today, I have come to recruit you as my guard, so of course, I have come prepared. Do you know what this is? Shifeng smiled as he retrieved a small, crystalline bottle. Within the crystalline bottle, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Just by looking through the crystal wall of the bottle, one could already feel the boundless life energy coming from this droplet. Water of life. Kite immediately recognized this liquid, a hint of emotion appearing on his stone-cold face. After all, this liquid was something he had yearned for all this time. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not recognize it? That's right. As long as Mr. Kite agrees to become my personal guard, the water of life in this bottle is yours. Shifeng smiled. Esteemed Lord Viscount, are you truly willing to use this precious water of life on a mere sword master like me? Kite asked carefully. In reality, Shifeng's offer was touching. My lord, you should know that, with this droplet alone, even a Tier 3 powerhouse would agree to become your personal guard. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she heard Kite's declaration. She never realized the water of life was so precious. A single droplet could actually convince a Tier 3 NPC to serve as a player's personal guard. That was a Tier 3 class. Players revered even Tier 2 classes, let alone Tier 3 classes. If their guild could have a Tier 3 NPC as a guard, they could simply annihilate anyone who provoked them. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose's thoughts were too good to be true. Although the water of life could be enough to recruit a Tier 3 powerhouse, Shifeng was simply too weak right now. He would not be able to recruit a Tier 3 NPC, even if he wanted to. Of course, I already know that, Mr. Kite. However, I value your potential even more. Based on your firm and unyielding will and the fact that you have not fallen to become a demon kin yet, I believe that you will one day become an apex powerhouse on the continent, Shifeng affirmed. Shifeng's words were not without justification. One should never provoke a demon. Shifeng had simply met with the phantom of a Tier 4 great demon, and as a result, he bore its curse. If Charlin, a Tier 3 divine official, had not dispelled the curse for him, he would have had no choice but to delete and restart a new account. Meanwhile, Kite had fought a real Tier 3 demon, so how could he have avoided receiving its curse? A demon's power was the evilest force that could corrode a human spirit. However, after suffering the demon's curse for so many years, although Kite had lost his powers, he continued to live normally. He had not turned into a demon-kin. If Kite had not possessed a firm and unyielding will, the demon's power would have devoured him long ago. "Mr. Kite, I wonder if you are willing to become my guard?" Shifeng asked seriously. "Since Lord Viscount is willing to accept a cripple like myself, how could I possibly reject my lord's good intentions? From today onwards, my lord will be my only master." "I swear allegiance." Kite dropped to a knee in front of Shifeng, receiving the water of life respectfully. "System, do you wish to assign Kite as your personal guard?" Shifeng clicked agree. Following which, Kite's data appeared in Shifeng's NPC managing interface. Kite, Yifeng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 60. Physique, 40. Wisdom, 81. Growth potential, 26. Class, Tier 1 Swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 8000/8000. Attack power, 600 to 720. Defense, 3100. Attributes, Strength 125, Agility 130, Endurance 200, Intelligence 90, Vitality 180. Although Shifeng had mentally prepared himself, when he looked at Kite's data, his heart could not help but twitch. Setting aside Kite's other attributes, his growth potential was only at 26 points. This number was simply maddening. Shifeng truly wondered how Drunk Xiao had managed to endure and nurture Kite in the past. Common ranked personal guards had 0 to 30 growth potential. Basically, no one wanted such personal guards. Bronze ranked personal guards had 31 to 50 growth potential. These were the lowest ranked personal guard players would usually possess. Mysterious Iron ranked personal guards had 51 to 70 growth potential. Meeting personal guards of such rank was rare. Normally, one required honed foresight and had to carry out long-term observation to find such guards. Secret Silver ranked personal guards had 71 to 80 growth potential. Such personal guards were extremely rare. Normally, players that managed to obtain these NPCs would treat them like their own babies. Fine Gold ranked personal guards had 81 to 90 growth potential. These individuals were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Dark Gold ranked personal guards had 91 to 100 growth potential. If a player managed to recruit such a personal guard, as long as developed properly, the player's strength no longer mattered. As for Epic ranked personal guards, which were above Dark Gold rank, Shifeng had never actually seen one before. He also did not know how powerful Epic ranked personal guards were. However, it would not be unusual if such a guard transcended the realm of normal men, achieving godhood. Chapter 321, NPC Army. After Kite became Shifeng's personal guard, he opened the crystalline bottle and drank the water of life within. When Aqua Rose saw Kite drink the droplet of water of life, which cost 300 gold, she could not hide her pained expression. As for the other guild members, they, too, gulped at the sight. 300 gold. It was enough to outfit a 20-man team with Secret Silver equipment fully. Yet, their guild leader spent that 300 gold on an ordinary-looking and crippled NPC. They could not help their envy. However, Shifeng paid no attention to the others' thoughts. In the past, Drunk Xiao had become a famous character throughout God's domain due to his personal guard. Even when countless first-rate guilds and super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase this guard, Drunk Xiao refused to sell. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had only spent 300 gold to obtain this future Tier 5, titled Sword Saint. How was this not a worthwhile trade? Shortly after Kite drank the water of life, his body suddenly emitted a bright green light. This light originated from the water of life. Not only did it possess frightening healing powers, but it could also remove all abnormal statuses. A few moments later, Kite's body expelled a cloud of dark gas, and following its removal, Kite's originally pale complexion turned rosy red. The right arm that he had lost also began to regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 minute later, Kite had fully recovered. Guild leader, at this moment, Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes. She had long since developed a keen intuition, so she could immediately discover the change in the NPC named Kite. Although Kite's clothing was still worn out, the aura he gave off no longer felt depressing, rather, it was refreshing. At this moment, he seemed like a caged lion that had broken out of its confinement, releasing a heaven-shocking roar to let everyone know of its return. This is the real him. Shi Feng laughed. In the past, Drunk Xiao had gone through great pains for Kite. He had practically bankrupted himself to obtain a droplet of water of life. In this life, however, Shi Feng had easily accomplished Drunk Xiao's feats. Moreover, Shi Feng had managed to heal Kite while he was still level 30. In the past, Drunk Xiao had only managed to obtain the water of life after Kite passed level 100. Despite having the same growth potential, there would be a huge difference in strength between a personal guard nurtured from level 30 and a personal guard nurtured from level 100. His growth potential is as shocking as expected. Shi Feng could not help but mutter happily when he examined Kite's data again. Kite, Yi Feng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 75. Physique, 95. Wisdom, 88. Growth potential, 94. Class, Tier 1 Swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 15, 400/15, 400. Attack power, 830 to 960. Defense, 4500. Attributes, Strength 384, Agility 364, Endurance 420, Intelligence 276, Vitality 280. Kite's current attributes were worlds apart from the attributes he had before he drank the water of life. It seems that taking the water of life earlier has also affected his growth potential. Shi Feng could recall that Kite's growth potential in the past was 92 points. Now, it was 2 points higher. After 90 points, even a difference of 1 point in growth potential would create a significant difference regarding attributes, let alone 2 points. These additional points would be of immense help to Kite's growth in the future. Kite, take these and use them for now. Issuing his instructions, Shi Feng retrieved several pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and passed them to Kite. Although they were somewhat incompatible for the level 30 swordsman, they were all Shi Feng had at the moment. After all, Zero Wing had yet to start raiding level 20 team dungeons. They had only raided the level 25-man party dungeons. After Kite equipped the level 20 mysterious iron items, he appeared valiant and extraordinary. His attributes also increased significantly. His HP broke through the 18,000 threshold, his attack power increased past 1,400 points, and defense reached 6,000 points. Kite's defense far surpassed even Zero Wing's chief MT, Cola. Kite was practically a boss monster now. Let's go. We still have to recruit some more people. Shi Feng then led everyone to the Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance was the best place for players to recruit normal guards. The NPCs of the Mercenary Alliance were all well trained, and they were far more reliable than the NPCs players recruited randomly from the streets. Normal guards were different from personal guards. Players were required to pay for their services, and the prices varied depending on the strength of the NPC. With Shi Feng's current level, the strongest guards he could recruit were level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. A normal level 50 guard cost 5 silver coins per day, and the payment would be due once every 10 days. A level 50 tier guard cost 30 silver coins per day with payment due once every 10 days as well. The difference between a normal guard and a tier 1 guard was like the difference between a common monster and an elite monster, thus, the price of a tier 1 guard was 6 times higher than a normal guard. Some tier 1 guards that were more powerful would cost even more. After arriving at the Mercenary Alliance, Shifeng signed a contract with 48 level 50 tier 1 NPCs. Among them, some were melee classes, some were ranged classes, and some were healers. Of the 48 NPCs, there were 6 NPCs in particular that were more powerful than the others. They were tier 1 advanced guards, and they cost 50 silver coins per day. Shifeng had hired these guards for 1 month, and the fee totaled to 468 gold. Shifeng's financial power completely eclipsed all the guilds in White River City. Afterward, Shifeng led the 48 NPCs and walked through the streets, the group of level 50 tier 1 guards looking valiant and mighty. Many players even consciously moved out of the way, not daring to block the path of this small army of powerful NPCs. Crap, why are there so many tier 1 NPCs? Did something happen in White River City? No, look. Some of them aren't NPCs, but players. Aren't they members of Zero Wing? Where are they heading? The players quickly discovered the problem. This small army of NPCs and the members of Zero Wing were actually together. Moreover, all of these NPCs were level 50 tier 1 NPCs. With such a large NPC army, who, in White River City, would dare make an enemy of Zero Wing? In the face of so many level 50 tier 1 NPCs, even Dark Star's army of tens of thousands of players amounted to nothing. The level suppression alone would leave the players of Dark Star completely helpless. Not to mention, these tier 1 NPCs also possessed many powerful skills in their arsenal. Zero Wing is too amazing. I heard that Zero Wing is going to recruit members again in 3 days. I will definitely have to apply. The number of players gathered on the street continued to increase, and many started recording this majestic scene. This army of 48 NPCs was more imposing than an army of thousands of players. The combat power this small army possessed was no weaker than the total battle power of a starting town. Although nobody knew what relationship this NPC army had with Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing could mobilize so many NPCs was already amazing. Meanwhile, the news of this matter spread quickly, creating a sensation on the official forums and increasing Zero Wing's fame once more. The members of Dark Star wore extremely ugly expressions when they discovered about this matter. Deeply afraid that Zero Wing would lead this group of NPCs to attack them, many of Dark Star's members chose to hide in cities or towns. Some chose to remove their guild emblems temporarily and secretly grind monsters. At the same time, the members of World Dominators were similarly frightened by this news, and they were also hiding, not daring to explore and level up. Chapter 322, Crusade against Creek Town. Creek Town was one of the border towns within White River City's jurisdiction. The town was nestled in a desert, and it was so desolate that not even birds would come to lay their eggs. However, such a small town was a popular gathering place for red names and those who walked the path of darkness. Unlike towns, cities like White River City were managed strictly. Hence, red names who had often killed other players for equipment during the initial stages of the game could only find a desolate place like Creek Town to receive quests and level up. Near Creek Town, high-leveled monsters dwelled, ranging from level 15 to level 30, which were perfectly suitable for players at this stage of the game. In Creek Town, red names crowded the streets. Most of these players were above level 15, while only a few were below level 15. The Blood Hand Association, a dark force, managed the town. So, naturally, the NPCs here would not kill these red names. On the contrary, the NPCs welcomed these red names. Red names could also receive better quests depending on their crime value, and through completing these quests, they could raise their reputation among the dark forces they served. Guild Leader, there are over 1,000 players in this town. In addition to the NPCs guarding this place, I don't think we can conquer it successfully. After spending a long time scouting, Aqua Rose had obtained a general grasp on Creek Town's overall combat power. Setting aside the fact that there were over 1,000 red names in this town, there were more than 500 NPCs guarding the town, the lowest of which was level 50. Among them, there was no lack of elite guards. There was even a few level 70 tier 1 guard captains. If they charged in, the actual number of enemy NPCs might increase further. With only 100 players and 49 guards, they stood no chance at all. Also, if a town were attacked, the NPCs within would not wait for players to close in on them before retaliating. Instead, all of the guards in the town would gather and fight back. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs and monsters. The reason being, unlike monsters, NPCs knew how to coordinate with each other, making them far more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, these red names would definitely try to take advantage of their battle with the NPCs, inconveniencing them at the very least. Moreover, these red names were not easy opponents. The fact that these players that could survive as a red name until now and possessed such a high level indicated that they had strong fighting techniques. Naturally, the equipment they used would be of high quality as well. Killing and plundering was their main occupation in the game, so even if they were not fully equipped with secret silver equipment, at the very least, they would possess bronze equipment or above. If any of these red names were in a guild, they could easily become the elite or even core players of the guild. Moreover, the frequent PKs they took part in allowed them to gain plenty of combat experience, so there was no shortage of experts among these red names. To put it simply, although there were only around 1,000 red names in Creek Town, these 1,000 or so players could easily rival 2,000 elites of Dark Star. Thus, if they wished to conquer Creek Town, the task could only be described with one word: challenging. Of course, we stand no chance against them if we attack normally. However, we have come here with a Crusade quest. Shifeng knew how difficult it was to capture a town. How could a Crusade quest possibly be easy? If it were, the system would not reward players with shocking rewards and reputation. These red names were usually the bandits, they were not used to being the victims. This time, however, it was their turn to shed some blood. Fire Dance, how are the preparations coming on your side? Shifeng asked through the team chat. The 48 level 50 tier 1 guards Shifeng had recruited were no pushovers. Although these guards could not be used to kill monsters or raid dungeons, they could defend a town or private residence. More importantly, they could also help players complete large-scale guild quests. If not for this fact, Shifeng would not have recruited so many tier 1 guards. However, even though all 48 were tier 1, they were insufficient to deal with all of the NPCs in Creek Town. Moreover, Shifeng had not intended for them to launch a frontal assault on the guards of Creek Town. Among the 48 tier 1 guards Shifeng had recruited, some were rangers and assassins. Hence, Shifeng had tasked Fire Dance and the others to take along one of these guards to lure the Blood Hand Association's NPCs out of town. After all, the intelligence the tier 1 guards possessed was much lower than players. If Shifeng allowed the tier 1 guards to lure the enemy NPCs, they could easily fail. Yet, if players lured the enemy NPCs, due to the great disparity in attributes, the NPCs could catch up and kill the players. Hence, Shifeng's solution was to have players instructing the tier 1 guards individually. We're all ready. We've grasped most of the basic commands, so we're only waiting for your command now, Fire Dance said with a smile. Good. After I initiate the Crusade quest, all of you take action immediately. Remember not to lure the town guards too far. Otherwise, they will run back to town. After Shifeng gave a few reminders, he then walked towards Creek Town. Shi Feng stopped a few hundred yards before the town, taking out the Crusade order. He then pointed the Crusade order at the sky. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot from the Crusade order, and in the next moment, a golden magic array appeared above Creek Town. In the evening sky, this magic array was extremely conspicuous, and it quickly attracted the attention of many players inside the town. A short moment later, the magic elements of this array burst open, and one after another, golden ripples spread from this magic array, enveloping the entire region of Creek Town. At this moment, if viewed from the outside, a protective, golden dome appeared, covering Creek Town. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. The crusade announcement repeated 3 times, and all of the red names in Creek Town were shocked by this notification. There was actually a guild that dared to capture a red name town. Shortly after, all of the players belonging to the dark forces in Creek Town received another message. However, the message this time was from the Blood Hand Association. The message stated that, as long as they could successfully defend the town, all players would receive bountiful rewards. Moreover, players would receive achievement points for each enemy they killed. After the battle was over, players could exchange these achievement points for weapons and equipment. Zero Wing sure is kind. They have actually come to gift us money. Do they think they are amazing? Since they dared to come into our territory and make trouble, we'll annihilate every single one of them. The players of Creek Town's blood boiled, their killing intent rose to new heights. Although Zero Wing shone like the sun in mid-sky in White River City, in their eyes, Zero Wing wasn't worth mentioning. After all, they all had impressive techniques and none of them mingled in White River City, so they had no need to fear Zero Wing's vengeance. Even if Zero Wing tried to take revenge on them, they only needed to hide, and Zero Wing could do nothing to them. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. They were the hoodlums of God's domain, so why would they fear Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in Creek Town, an assassin clothed in black currently drowned himself in alcohol. The man felt like a piece of ice to others, he exuded a chilling intent that made others instinctively distance themselves. Shockingly, this man was actually level 20, and all of his equipment was secret silver equipment. In White River City, this man would definitely be considered a first-rate expert. This black-clothed assassin was stunned when he received the system announcement, the beer bottle in his hand falling to the ground. Zero Wing. Doesn't that mean that Yi Feng might show up as well? The black-clothed assassin's lips curled upward, forming a sinister smile. The last time, I lost to him because of equipment quality. This time, I'm going to take back everything that he owes me. If Shi Feng could see this assassin's appearance, he would recognize this person as none other than Absolute Heaven, the assassin that he killed in the past. Chapter 323, Nightmare. To avenge his hatred, Absolute Heaven had worked desperately to improve his techniques and upgrade his equipment. Now, even if Yi Feng were not involved in this sudden assault, he would still give the members of Zero Wing a taste of his new strength. However, just after Absolute Heaven walked out of the bar's entrance, he discovered the golden magic array hovering in the evening sky. This magic array was a result of the Crusade quest's activation, and it would change the NPCs of Creek Town. The guards that had originally been level 50 immediately fell to level 30, while the level 70 Tier 1 guard captains became level 50, the same level as Shi Feng's normal guards. Although Creek Towns had been weakened, none of these guards delayed in taking action. The moment the warning bell rang, a storm of guards rushed out of the many buildings within the town. In moments, over 2,000 guards surrounded the town. These NPCs belonged to the Blood Hand Association. At this moment, they had all removed their disguises, and the normal guards had revealed themselves as Blood Hand Association members, while the guard captains were Blood Hand Association elites. Blood Hand Association members, elite rank. Level 30. HP 100,000/100,000. Blood Hand Association elites, Tier 1 elite rank. Level 50. 300,000/300,000. Why have all the guards become weaker? What's there to fear? Even if they are weaker, can Zero Wing defeat so many NPCs? Besides, we are here as well. If Zero Wing wants to attack, we'll make them suffer the consequences. When the players of Creek Town discovered that the guards beside them had suddenly grown weaker, worry grew in their hearts. However, they soon rid their minds of this worry. Even during its peak, Zero Wing only had around 8,000 members. Moreover, due to the surge of players that had withdrawn from the guild, they now had less than 5,000. Even if Zero Wing had mobilized all 5,000 of its members, in the face of 2,000 NPCs, charging into the town would be nothing more than suicide. At this stage of the game, players had yet to reach level 30. Furthermore, not a single player had managed to upgrade to a Tier 1 class. So, how could they possibly hope to fight against level 30 and level 50 NPCs? In God's domain, such a massive gap between levels was fatal. Begin. Shifeng commanded in the team chat. Fire Dance and the others immediately took action, each of them commanding a level 50 Tier 1 guard as they charged towards the Blood Hand Association's army. The guards Fire Dance and the others controlled were Tier 1 rangers and assassins. Regarding movement speed, they were much faster than the Blood Hand Association members. Rangers also possessed ultra-long-ranged attack capabilities, and they could launch their attacks from 100 yards away. Hence, they were perfect for the role of a lure. Within moments, the red names of Creek Town noticed several figures rushing at them with speeds that no players could hope to achieve. In the next moment, these rangers retrieved their longbows, knocking arrows and releasing them. Shio! The arrows struck their targets, several level 30 Blood Hand Association members, from roughly 90 yards away. Each arrow dealt over -5,000 damage to these level 30 NPCs. If a player received one of these arrows, they would die with a single hit. The Rangers' attack attracted the attention of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Without hesitation, over 1,000 Blood Hand Association NPCs unsheathed their weapons and charged. Seeing this, the Rangers turned on their heels and fled. Very quickly, they had drawn these Blood Hand Association NPCs away from the city. Weren't we being attacked by players from Zero Wing? Why are there level 50 Tier 1 NPCs as well? The red names were confused. They simply stood where they were, not following the Blood Hand Association NPCs in pursuit of the Tier 1 Rangers. Level 50 Tier 1 NPCs only needed a single hit to kill them. If they did not possess life-saving skills, fighting such an NPC was suicide. Moreover, they were all red names. If they died, they would pay a severe penalty. At the very minimum, they would lose 2 to 3 levels and a majority of their equipment. Naturally, they had to weigh the costs and benefits before they took action. Not to mention, they had never intended to charge with the NPCs since the very beginning. Instead, they had planned to take advantage of the confusion while the Blood Hand Association NPCs and Zero Wing clashed. Now, however, those NPC guards had lured away all of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. At this moment, even they began to wonder whether they should join in the pursuit or not. Just as these red names contemplated their actions, the Blood Hand Association NPCs had distanced themselves several hundred yards from the town. This is bad. The Blood Hand Association NPCs are gone. One of the red names realized the situation and shouted. We need to go help them. If Zero Wing manages to kite and kill them, we'll be finished. This player's words shook everyone to attention. Unfortunately, these red names were neither a single group nor of a single heart. Most importantly, they all understood that the first person to charge into battle would also be the first person to leave. Even though they had realized how serious their predicament was, none of them were willing to take action first. Instead, they all chose to stay put and do nothing at all. None of these red names had discovered that, at this time, Shifeng had already led the remaining 40 level 50 tier 1 NPCs in a charge from another direction. When capturing a town, the NPCs were not the most troublesome obstacle. Instead, it was the players residing in said town. If the players and NPCs inside the town were allowed to cooperate, without absolute strength, it would be impossible to capture the town successfully. Hence, the most important thing Shifeng needed to do right now was to get rid of the players, only then would it be the NPCs' turn to die. After players died, they had to wait half an hour before they could revive at the graveyard. Furthermore, if these red names died, even if they had the determination to continue fighting, they would not have the strength to present a challenge. The penalty they suffered was simply too severe. Although the 40 level 50 tier 1 guards did not possess as much HP as the Blood Hand Association elites, they still had over 100,000 HP each. Moreover, the opponents they faced right now were not NPCs, but players. It would only take a single attack to kill a player instantly. When all 40 tier 1 guards charged at the red names of Creek Town, they were like a group of ferocious beasts as they killed everything in their path. Although there were many red names in Creek Town, they were completely unable to defend themselves against these guards. Shield warriors and guardian knights could take 2 hits at most. In the blink of an eye, red names died, one after another, littering the ground with bodies and equipment. In contrast, although the red names attacked continuously, due to the level suppression of over 30 levels, the damage the red names managed to deal was negligible. 1,000 level 20 players were required to take down a single tier 1 guard, let alone 40 guards. With the 40 guards sharing the damage from the enemy players, their battle recovery alone made up for the HP they lost. Not to mention, among the 40 guards, there were also clerics and other healer classes. A casual heal from one of these NPCs could replenish over 10,000 HP. Within tens of seconds, over 200 red names of Creek Town died, while all 40 guards that Shifeng led still had full HP. The disparity in strength caused the red names to despair. These NPC guards are too strong. We need to retreat and meet up with the Blood Hand Association NPCs. You bastards from Zero Wing are shameless. You actually brought level 50 tier 1 NPCs to capture a town. If you have the strength to face us, don't use those NPC guards and fight us fairly. The red names cursed Shifeng at the others as they fought the NPCs. Shifeng could only chuckle at their words. Immediately, he instructed the NPC mages to cast their AoE spells. Suddenly, rain of fire descended from the sky. In the next moment, thunderbolts struck down at the red names. When cast by the tier 1 mages, the tier 1 AoE spells could display their true might. The red names of Creek Town died in batches. After several AoE spells landed, the battlefield fell quiet. Of all the red names that had resided in Creek Town, only 400 or so remained, while everyone else was dead. This scene not only shocked the players of the town, but Aqua Rose and the others were also stunned. A single wave of AoE spells became a nightmare for the red players of Creek Town. Run! Nobody knew who shouted, but every surviving red name agreed wholeheartedly as they fled in all directions. Let's start the slaughter. A majority of these red names wear mysterious iron equipment. Killing one of them will profit us more than killing a small boss. Such an opportunity will be rare in the future, Shifeng laughed. Following which, with Aqua Rose in the lead, both players and NPCs chased and killed the fleeing red names. When Shifeng was the last remaining on the high slope, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Now that no one is around, you can come out, right?" Shortly after the battle began, Shifeng faintly sensed someone spying on them from nearby. Moreover, the gaze that he felt contained a cold killing intent. However, it was only a feeling, so Shifeng had not paid too much attention to it. After his team left, however, this feeling became much clearer. He then activated the Golden Stigmata's skill, Omniscient Eyes. The skill allowed him to perceive everything within 100 yards, and all stealth effects were useless in the face of this skill. And as expected, Shifeng discovered an assassin slowly creeping up on him from behind. However, even after Shifeng spoke, the assassin continued to hide. "Do you think I am playing a trick on you?" Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and immediately sent a thundering flash behind him. 3 green arcs of lightning streaked across the air. In the next moment, a black figure suddenly appeared and swiftly dodged the attack. It was none other than the assassin that Shifeng had killed before, Absolute Heaven. At this moment, shock filled Absolute Heaven's chilling gaze. Someone was actually capable of discovering his presence from such a long distance away. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 324, Times Have Changed. So, it's him. After not seeing him for some time, his techniques and equipment have improved quite a lot. No wonder he could get so close to me before my senses picked up on him. Absolute Heaven had left a deep impression on Shifeng. During the time Shifeng had searched for the ice blue devil flame, this expert assassin had very nearly killed him. Afterward, Absolute Heaven had ambushed him again when he led Blackie and Lonely Snow to level up. At that time, Shifeng's life had hung on by a thread. Since Shifeng started playing God's domain in this life, although he had made plenty of enemies, Absolute Heaven was the only person who had almost taken his life. After such a long time, Absolute Heaven would definitely be much stronger now that he had accustomed himself with the combat style of God's domain. If Absolute Heaven had not been careless and underestimated Black Flame, Shifeng's alternate identity, by not concealing his killing intent, Absolute Heaven might have successfully ambushed Shifeng. "Now that I know you're there, you aren't going to escape." Shifeng revealed a calm smile as he turned to Absolute Heaven. "Escape?" Absolute Heaven revealed a hint of arrogance on his chilling face. "I admit that you're strong. It is as expected of the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. According to my estimation, your strength should be on par with Yifeng. Last time, Yifeng only managed to kill me because of my own impatience. It was my mistake to use all of my skills on Yifeng so early in the fight. Otherwise, with his strength, he could not even dream of killing me. Now, although I have revealed myself, do you really think that you can kill me while I still possess all of my skills? Indeed, it is as you say. Unless all of your skills are on cooldown, it will not be easy to kill a top-tier assassin like yourself." Shifeng acknowledged Absolute Heaven's power. However, times had changed. Although Absolute Heaven had improved, Shifeng had also raised his strength. "Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet?" "A bet? Do you think that you can fool me? Originally, I intended to kill you today to show Yifeng that I, Absolute Heaven, have returned. Since I can't kill you, you can tell Yifeng this: when I, Absolute Heaven, wish to kill someone, that person will definitely die." Absolute Heaven laughed coldly. He then turned around to leave. "If you want me to pass your message on, sure. However, the condition is that you need to escape." Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries ring, using the Aura of Time skill, Absolute Time. He instantly charged at Absolute Heaven. Absolute Time prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. With this skill activated, all of Absolute Heaven's skills were in a similar state as a forced cooldown. Meanwhile, an assassin that could not use skills was like a tiger without claws or fangs. "You think I can't escape?" Absolute Heaven smiled confidently in reply to Shifeng's taunt. He then tried to use blind on his opponent. If he could do so, he could escape from this place easily. However, Absolute Heaven immediately discovered that he could not use any of his skills. Suddenly, he started to panic. Nobody understood better than Absolute Heaven just how fragile an assassin was without his skills. However, Absolute Heaven was no ordinary player. He immediately calmed himself, turning around to flee. Absolute Heaven quickly concluded that such a powerful skill had to have a limited duration. It was impossible for the effect to last indefinitely. As long as he could drag the fight out until the duration of this effect was over, he could fly freely like a bird. At this moment, however, Shifeng had already appeared at Absolute Heaven's back after using silent steps, not giving Absolute Heaven an opportunity to run. Soundlessly, Shifeng slashed the abyssal blade at Assassin. Absolute Heaven responded swiftly and used his dagger to meet Shifeng's sword. When the silvery gray abyssal blade collided with Absolute Heaven's dagger, he felt an immense pressure flowing from his dagger to his hand. That pressure then suppressed his entire body, forcing Absolute Heaven to kneel on the ground involuntarily. Such power, as expected from the person who killed Ming Sha. Absolute Heaven silently clicked his tongue. If he had not personally experienced Black Flame's might, he would never have imagined that Black Flame's strength was actually on par with a boss monster. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally realized why a great expert like Ming Sha had been forced into a constant retreat and could retaliate against Black Flame. Shifeng brandished his sword over 10 times repeatedly, each slash was as abrupt as a thunderbolt and as heavy as a mountain. Faced with this brutal assault, Absolute Heaven had no other choice but to block as many attacks as he could. However, although Absolute Heaven could reduce the damage he received by blocking with his dagger, his HP still decreased, frustrating him greatly. Absolute Heaven inwardly cursed Shifeng for being a despicable and shameless bastard. Shifeng actually used force to suppress him. Shifeng had not used any techniques and simply relied on brute force to brandish his sword. Shifeng's way of battle, which traded a life for a life, prevented Absolute Heaven from displaying any of his techniques. If Absolute Heaven could use his skills, he could easily escape his current predicament. Unfortunately, none of his skills would work. Despite being a powerhouse, Absolute Heaven felt powerless. Just as Shifeng was about to send Absolute Heaven to his death with a bombardment of attacks, Absolute Heaven suddenly felt that this situation was extremely familiar. It was just like when he had ambushed Yifeng. Back then, he had used a magic scroll to seal all of Yifeng's skills and had even frozen his movement, turning Yifeng into a fawnless tiger. At that time, Yifeng could only escape and had not dared confront him head-on. Meanwhile, his current situation was almost exactly the same as the last time he encountered Yifeng. Only, this time, the roles were reversed. If he had known Black Flame possessed such a skill, he would never have closed in on Black Flame. Worse, he had even wasted time by chatting with his enemy, giving Black Flame ample time to set a trap for him. He had practically sought out his own death. Ha! It seems that I'm really going to die this time. With only a thread of his HP remaining, Absolute Heaven could already see his demise. He was currently a red name. If he died, he would lose all of his equipment. His level would also plummet. At that time, he would no longer have the ability to exact revenge on Yifeng. However, just as the abyssal blade was about to collide with Absolute Heaven's body, it suddenly froze in midair. What? You're not gonna kill me? If you wait until I can use my skills again, you won't be able to kill me. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly as he watched Shifeng curiously. As I said before, I want to make a bet with you, but you thought that I only said those words to fool you and kill you. Now that you only have a thread of your HP remaining, it will only take me a casual wave to destroy your weapon, equipment, and level. However, I'll repeat my offer. Are you interested in placing a bet? Shifeng asked, smiling as he returned the abyssal blade to its sheath. It seems that you're really not trying to cheat me. Then was the fight your way of proving that you wish not to kill me, but to make a bet instead? Absolute Heaven asked, greatly confused by Shifeng's actions. He could not figure out just what was going through Shifeng's mind. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I would even bother fighting you? Does it look like I have too much time on my hands? Shifeng laughed bitterly. Absolute Heaven was suddenly rendered speechless. What? You still don't believe me? Shifeng's expression turned cold. No, no. I believe you. Tell me, then. What do you want to bet? At this moment, Absolute Heaven grew interested in the bet Shifeng proposed. Bet your life. Shifeng said straightforwardly. Bet my life? Isn't my life already in your hands? Absolute Heaven nearly cursed at Shifeng. Shifeng shook his head, then slowly, he said, you previously mentioned that, as long as you can use your skills, you can escape from me easily. Isn't that right? That's right. Absolute Heaven answered without hesitation. Although Absolute Heaven had already witnessed Shifeng's frightening strength, he was still confident that he could flee from this battle. Simply put, I don't believe you. So, let's make a bet. While you can fully utilize all of your skills, we'll see whether or not you can escape. What do you think? Shifeng asked with a smile. Chapter 325, Life and Death. Are you toying with me? Absolute Heaven glared at Shifeng, trying to figure out just what was going through Shifeng's mind. However, no matter how he examined his opponent, he still could not see through Shifeng, who had currently disguised himself using the demon mask. Absolute Heaven could only see a middle-aged man with a faint smile in front of him. No matter how hard Absolute Heaven racked his mind, he just could not figure out what Shifeng was trying to do. After nearly taking his life, Shifeng suggested gambling his life away. Was there a need for so much trouble? Wouldn't it be easier just to finish him right now? Why would I toy with you? Shifeng laughed. Fine, I'll make the bet. What will happen if I survive? What if I die? For his own pride and honor, Absolute Heaven refused to die. If you escape safely, I'll do one thing for you. If you die, you'll have to do one thing for me. How about it? At this moment, Shifeng finally revealed his true intentions. He had done everything so far all for this single goal. One thing, huh? Absolute Heaven considered it carefully. After giving it some thought, he looked at Shifeng and said, if I ask you to kill Yifeng, will you do it? Absolute Heaven's request caught Shifeng off guard, but soon after, he let out a soft chuckle. In White River City, everybody knew that Black Flame and Yifeng were the two symbols of Zero Wing. Never would Shifeng have imagined that Absolute Heaven's request would be something like this. He had to admit that Absolute Heaven was indeed ruthless. If the public learned that Black Flame had killed Yifeng, it would greatly affect Zero Wing's reputation. At the same time, it would also affect Black Flame and Yifeng's reputations. However, be it Black Flame or Yifeng, only a few core members of Zero Wing knew that both identities belonged to a single person, which was Shifeng himself. Meanwhile, Absolute Heaven requested that he kill himself. The difficulty of this request was indeed quite high. What? Didn't you say that you'll do one thing for me if I win? Absolute Heaven smiled complacently. He then said, my request is so small, yet, you hesitate. No, I just didn't think that you would make such a simple request. Originally, I thought you would want to kill me once. After all, I am the guild leader of Zero Wing, and Feng Xianyang of Underworld possess a deep hatred of me. As long as you manage to kill me and pass on the recording to the higher-ups of Underworld, you will receive Underworld's attention. Your position in the organization will soar as well, Shifeng mentioned. If Black Flame died, the prestige that Zero Wing had managed to accumulate due to his efforts would crumble. At this moment, Absolute Heaven suddenly came to a realization. He had actually forgotten about such a possibility. The loss and humiliation Dark Star had suffered caused Feng Xuanyang's hatred of Zero Wing to soar. The guild he had nurtured with so much effort had actually fallen into such a state. Naturally, he would not let Zero Wing off the hook. Hence, Feng Xuanyang put out a bounty to all members of Underworld stating that, as long as anyone from Underworld managed to kill the higher-ups of Zero Wing and cause trouble, the rewards would be bountiful. As long as someone could accomplish this task, they could gain fame, status, and wealth. If one could annihilate Zero Wing, receiving a promotion from outer member to elite member of Underworld would be a simple matter. There were not many elite members in Underworld. They were few and far between, but those who obtained the prestigious title would also become influential in reality. Every day, there were countless outer members in Underworld working as hard as they could to become official members. Only after becoming an official member could one possibly become an elite member. If he, Absolute Heaven, could kill Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, there might actually have a chance at receiving the promotion to that elite group. Even if it were not possible, at the very least, he could still become an official member. Alright, then. I agree to the bet. Let's start after I have fully recovered. Absolute Heaven directly agreed. After a few moments, Absolute Heaven's HP and stamina recovered completely. Shifeng then took out a gold coin, suggesting, I'll toss this gold coin into the air. The battle will start the moment the coin reaches maximum altitude and begins to fall. How about it? Okay. Absolute Heaven was momentarily speechless when he saw Shifeng use a gold coin as a starting signal. Was he not afraid of losing the gold coin? Currently, Absolute Heaven only had around 20 silver coins in his pockets. Even so, he was considered relatively wealthy. Yet, Shifeng had actually taken out 5 times that amount and treated it like a toy. Comparisons are indeed odious. Let's start, then. Shifeng tossed the gold coin into the air. The coin soared upward. Only when it was around 4 meters above ground did its speed begin to slow, the coin faintly showing signs of stopping and succumbing to gravity. Absolute Heaven focused his gaze sternly on the coin. The moment it started to fall, he intended to use blind on Shifeng immediately. He would then activate wind steps and start running towards the town. In such a wide open area, if he attempted to use Vanish to enter stealth mode, Shifeng would discover him easily. However, it would be a different story in town. Although terrain on the way to town was complex, aside from Vanish, he possessed other life-saving skills and tools to help him get through this distance. As long as he could reach the town and use Vanish, even if Shifeng possessed excellent senses, it would be impossible to locate him. However, from start to end, Shifeng had been paying attention to Absolute Heaven. He did not even take a look at the gold coin in midair. The moment the gold coin started to descend, just as Absolute Heaven was about to use blind, Shifeng instantly vanished. Immediately, he appeared at Absolute Heaven's back, sending a chop towards the assassin. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and Absolute Heaven had no way to dodge. Absolute Heaven suddenly felt an icy feeling coming from behind him. Moreover, the blind that Absolute Heaven had used before had lost its target, becoming ineffective. Without giving it a second thought, Absolute Heaven immediately proceeded with the next part of his plan and activated wind steps. When activating this skill, he would become invincible for nearly 1 second. Absolute Heaven took advantage of this short moment of invincibility to block Shifeng's attack, negating all damage. Moreover, Absolute Heaven also took advantage of the impact of Shifeng's attack to send himself flying almost 6 yards away, creating a relatively large gap between Shifeng and himself. Shifeng inwardly praised his opponent as he watched Absolute Heaven's fleeing figure. If Absolute Heaven had not chosen to use wind steps and used block instead, Shifeng's sword would have destroyed at least half of his life. Now, as a result of his accurate judgment, not only had Absolute Heaven managed to use wind steps to defend the attack, but he also managed to place quite some distance between them. Moreover, due to the 40% movement speed buff provided by Silent Steps, Absolute Heaven managed to widen the gap even further. Seeing this, Shifeng used Wind Blade and chased after Absolute Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two shortened greatly. Shifeng's agility was very high. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, nobody that could surpass him in terms of agility. There were also his equipment's passive skills. Nobody could match Shifeng in terms of speed. At this place, only the level 50 Tier 1 Assassin and Ranger NPCs had a chance at beating him. Absolute Heaven could not help his shocked. Immediately, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was aqua-colored, and it looked very exquisite. It turned out that it was actually a Tier 1 magic scroll. Absolute Heaven then unrolled the magic scroll and used it on Shifeng. Water binding. Immediately, several jets of water shot out from the magic scroll. The water flew towards Shifeng, intending to wrap around him. Shifeng revealed a calm smile, not faltering at the slightest as he continued charging at Absolute Heaven. The moment the blue jets of water came into contact with Shifeng, they lost all effectiveness and disappeared. It didn't work. A stunned expression appeared on Absolute Heaven's face. That was one of the precious Tier 1 magic scrolls that he possessed. The magic scroll could even entrap a boss monster for a short moment. Yet, it was actually ineffective against Shifeng. Absolute Heaven did not know that before the battle had begun, Shifeng had already activated the Aura of Space of the Seven Luminaries crystal. The Aura of Space granted Shifeng immunity to all control effects. Based on the strength of a Tier 1 magic scroll, it was still too weak to break through the effect of the Seven Luminaries ring. Damn, it seems that I have no choice but to use this thing. Absolute Heaven unwillingly took out a shabby-looking magic scroll from his bag. This was an item that he had obtained by coincidence from an underground ruin. Although the magic scroll looked shabby, the magic power it gave off was frightening. Even an NPC appraiser could not identify what tier the magic scroll was. However, that appraiser estimated that the magic scroll should be Tier 2 or higher. Originally, Absolute Heaven had not intended to use this scroll. After all, he only had one. However, if he did not use it now, with his opponent's frightening speed, Shifeng would definitely catch up to him in no time. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 326, Recklessly Wasting Resources. While Shifeng and Absolute Heaven were occupied with their bet, a bloody storm swept through Creek Town. Originally, over 1,000 red names had resided in Creek Town. However, after being slaughtered by the 40 NPC guards and Zero Wing's 100-man team, less than 200 red names remained. No longer did these red names possess the arrogance they had before. Instead, they all ran and scattered in all directions. Before the start of Zero Wing's crusade, these red names had always been the ones killing and plundering the equipment of other players. Not only could they earn a fortune by doing so, but they could also enjoy watching the frightened and unwilling expressions of the players they killed. Those times were simply blissful, and their continued success only encouraged them to travel further down the path of being a red name. Now, however, these red names had finally learned what it felt like to be on the other side of the blade and what it felt like to be a powerless weakling. Although many among these red names were experts and elite players, in the end, their techniques were simply insufficient to make up for the huge difference in strength between both sides. After all, no matter how fierce an ant was, it would never be a match against a mighty lion. Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to let us live, we should fight to the bitter end. A Cursemancer appealed to the other red names when he realized that they could no longer escape. Some of the red names considered the Cursemancer's suggestion rational, and many of them decided to cooperate with each other to retaliate against Zero Wing. However, just as they turned around, one of the Tier 1 Elementalist guards launched a flame explosion, instantly killing the Cursemancer who had attempted to rally his allies. Following closely, one Tier 1 Berserker guard used Flame Charge and arrived before 4 red names. The Berserker then used Whirlwind Slash, killing all 4 in a single attack. After the players died, a pile of equipment littered the ground around the 4 players' lifeless bodies. Seeing this, the red names who had originally thought of staying behind immediately changed their minds. Without hesitation, they all turned and fled towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs who Zero Wing had previously lured away. Although they had the option of retreating from the town, desert surrounded Creek Town. They would simply become easy targets without any cover. Only by reuniting with the Blood Hand Association's NPCs would they have a chance for survival. If they died right now, they would lose several days' worth of effort. Even if they had already familiarized themselves with the combat style of God's Domain, they would still need around 4 days to recover the lost levels. Not to mention, they would also lose a majority of the equipment they owned. These consequences frightened them greatly. Hence, these red names ran desperately towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs. Unfortunately, the Tier 1 NPC guard Shifeng had hired had very high movement speeds. Aside from assassins, none of the other red names could outrun these Tier 1 NPCs. Moreover, faced with these level 50 NPCs, the stealth of these level 20 assassins was completely useless. They only had a higher chance of escaping due to their high movement speeds. Big Sis Aqua, we have really hit it big this time. The items these red names have dropped are all bronze rank and above, with a majority being mysterious iron rank. If we sell all of these weapons and equipment for credits, we can buy a large house at the city center. Snow Goose exclaimed as she picked up the items dropped by the red names alongside the NPC guards. You little money grubber. If we sell these items for credits, we'll only suffer a loss. God's Domain has only recently begun, so both equipment and coins are currently scarce. The various large guilds also face a shortage of equipment. Zero Wing is only getting by because our current member count is low. By the time the construction of the guild residence is complete, and we start recruiting members again, the stockpile of items we have in the guild warehouse would run out in the blink of an eye. Now that we have obtained so much equipment, it just so happens that we can use it to meet our urgent needs. Aqua Rose chuckled as she flicked a finger on Snow Goose's forehead. At this moment, a change occurred on one of the high slopes outside of Creek Town. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Not only was the pillar of light extremely eye-catching, but everyone could also feel a great threat coming from it. The source of this pillar was none other than Absolute Heaven's shabby-looking magic scroll. This is not good. This is the Tier 3 magic scroll, Phantom Beast's Descent. Shifeng recognized the magic scroll instantly. The might of a Tier 3 magic scroll could not be underestimated. Even when Shifeng was at his prime, he would still have suffered greatly if struck by the skill contained within a Tier 3 magic scroll, let alone the current him who was not even a Tier 1 class. Fortunately, the skill contained within Phantom Beast's Descent magic scroll was not a pure attack-type skill. Instead, it was a summoning skill. The Phantom Beast's Descent was capable of summoning a powerful Phantom Beast to fight alongside its summoner. Suddenly, a black magic array in the shape of a 7-pointed star appeared in the sky. Just as Shifeng was about to kill Absolute Heaven, the magic array fired a black ray of light towards Shifeng. Shifeng dared not be careless. Immediately, he activated Defensive Blade. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive bombardments, a large crater occupied the originally flat slope. If Shifeng had not activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks, he might have died. In the center of the crater, a giant tiger sat quietly beside Absolute Heaven. This tiger's body resembled a galaxy of stars. The tiger focused its silver eyes on Shifeng as it gnashed its teeth. It released an aura that was even more powerful than a Lord-ranked monster. Guild Leader Black Flame, the agreement we had before said that, as long as I can escape from you, you promised to do one thing for me. I wonder, is that agreement still valid if I kill you? Absolute Heaven laughed. Naturally. However, you sure are willing to part with such a rarity. Do you even know the value of a Tier 3 magic scroll? Shifeng glanced at the phantom beast the assassin had summoned, inwardly pitying the loss of such a precious item. Tier 0 players could not display the true might of a Tier 3 magic scroll. This was especially true for a summoning scroll. If a Tier 1 player used such a scroll, the summoned phantom beast could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. If used by a Tier 2 player, the phantom beast would have no problems eradicating a large-scale town. In Shifeng's previous life, many guilds had willingly spent thousands of gold coins to purchase such a magic scroll. At this moment, however, Absolute Heaven had used such a precious magic scroll on this small battle. This was simply a reckless waste. Of course, I know. However, you are too fast. I know that I won't reach Creek Town if this continues. Compared to dying, I'd rather use it. Absolute Heaven had mourned the use of the scroll as well. However, he no longer wished to experience the humiliation of dying once again. Since I've already used this magic scroll, you can rest in peace now, Guild Leader Black Flame. Go. Get rid of him. Absolute Heaven commanded the phantom beast as he pointed at Shifeng. Nebula Tiger, High Lord rank. Level 30. HP 1-800-000/1-800-000. The strength of a phantom beast summoned from a summoning scroll was determined by the summoner's level and tier. Absolute Heaven was currently level 20, so the summoned beast would be level 30, which was 10 levels higher than himself. If Absolute Heaven were a Tier 1 class, then the Nebula Tiger would not be just a High Lord. At the very least, it would be a Great Lord ranked monster. A Great Lord ranked monster could only be described using the word horrifying. Hundreds of players of the same level would be no more than ants in front of a Great Lord. When such a monster was under the control of a player, it would become even more frightening and powerful. This was also why Tier 3 summoning scrolls were so precious. A controllable Great Lord ranked monster could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. Chapter 327, Moment of Brilliance. AO. The Nebula Tiger roared angrily, releasing shockwaves with the sound. The Nebula Tiger's roar echoed throughout Creek Town, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. This was the might of a High Lord ranked phantom beast. A single roar could send tremors through a person's heart. However, the main reason the Nebula Tiger released this roar was not to shock its enemies. Instead, it was meant for its master. In the next moment, a layer of crimson mist surrounded Absolute Heaven's body. This was the effect of Life Ward, a special skill gained by summoned monsters. When this skill activated, it would form a protective shield around the summoner, increasing the summoner's defense. When all was said and done, a summoned monster was still a summoned monster. If the summoner of the monster died, the monster would also disappear. Hence, all summoned monsters would possess skills capable of protecting their masters. When Absolute Heaven saw the effects of Life Ward, his lips immediately curled into a smile. When used, Life Ward created a protective shield capable of absorbing 20,000 damage. Even if an enemy managed to close the distance and engage him in melee combat, they would need to expend a significant amount of effort to exhaust the Life Ward. Furthermore, Absolute Heaven possessed high combat power as well. His opponent might die before he could overcome the Life Ward. Absolute Heaven had originally worried that Shifeng could simply deal with him directly. However, with the Life Ward protecting him, his only fear vanished. Black Flame, your time of death has come. Absolute Heaven started commanding the Nebula Tiger to attack Shifeng. The greatest difference between a summoned monster and a normal monster was the player's control. While under a player's control, monsters that had originally possessed powerful attributes would become even more formidable. Not to mention, as a High Lord ranked monster, the Nebula Tiger possessed quite a number of skills. It would only take an instant for the Nebula Tiger to kill a player. The Nebula Tiger, which was over 3 meters in height, lightly tapped its feet on the ground, crossing the distance of over 10 yards between Shifeng and itself in an instant. So fast. Shifeng was surprised. The Nebula Tiger swiped its claws at Shifeng. Although Shifeng wanted to dodge the attack, his reaction was a step behind, and the attack landed on its target. However, the Nebula Tiger's attack did not manage to deal any damage due to defensive blade. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Nebula Tiger immediately brandished its claws at Shifeng again. After swiping its claws at Shifeng several times, the defensive blade's effect quickly broke. Just as the Nebula Tiger's fatal swipe was about to reach Shifeng barely managed to activate parry to defend himself. Peng. A level 30 High Lord ranked monster was simply too powerful. Shifeng did not even possess a Tier 1 class yet, so it was impossible for him to stop the attack. Like a cannonball, the tiger's attack launched Shifeng backward. As expected of a great expert like Guild Leader Black Flame, you've even managed to block such an attack. Absolute Heaven could not help but applaud as he watched the exchange between Shifeng and the Nebula Tiger. Absolute Heaven was not making fun of Shifeng at all. Rather, he praised his enemy sincerely. Absolute Heaven himself was certain that, if he were the one receiving the Nebula Tiger's attacks right now, he would have no way of defending himself. Most likely, before he could even use block, the tiger would have killed him already. Yet, Shifeng held it off. However, Shifeng also paid a heavy price when he blocked the attack. As Shifeng landed, he was both physically and mentally unstable. He could no longer dodge or defend against another one of the Nebula Tiger's attacks. The huge gap in attributes was not something that could be made up for by solely relying on battle techniques. Previously, Shifeng had used overwhelming destructive force to suppress Absolute Heaven. Now, Shifeng faced a similar crisis. It was already praiseworthy that he managed to survive for so long. Just as the Nebula Tiger pounced at Shifeng once more, a figure suddenly dashed over and stood before Shifeng, blocking the Nebula Tiger's attack and saving Shifeng's life. Absolute Heaven was greatly stunned by this scene. The figure's speed was simply too fast, and before he could catch a clear glimpse, the figure appeared in front of Shifeng. More importantly, this figure blocked a full-powered attack from the Nebula Tiger. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Shifeng looked at the tall figure standing proudly before him. Smiling, he muttered, "Just in time." The person that blocked the Nebula Tiger was none other than Kite, Shifeng's personal guard. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. Moreover, he was even a Tier 1 swordsman who had reached level 30. Naturally, no player could compare to his strength. Originally, Shifeng had not planned to use Kite so soon. However, now that Absolute Heaven had summoned a High Lord ranked monster, he would meet his own death if he did not deploy Kite. So, it's just an NPC guard. And here I wondered who was so powerful to block the Nebula Tiger's attack. However, do you really believe a level 30 Tier 1 swordsman can defeat my High Lord ranked Nebula Tiger? Absolute Heaven asked disdainfully. Of course, since he used a summoned monster, he would not criticize Shifeng's decision to use an NPC guard. Even so, he was still confident that his Nebula Tiger was stronger than Shifeng's personal guard. Although both were level 30, the Nebula Tiger was far more powerful than a Tier 1 NPC. In his eyes, Shifeng had done nothing more than delay the inevitable. I admit that Kite is not a match for the Nebula Tiger, but he can hold it back for some time. Now, let's find out which will happen first, your death or Kite's. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He then charged towards Absolute Heaven. When all was said and done, Kite was still a Tier 1 NPC. Although he could not defeat the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, he would have no problems delaying the monster for some time. Otherwise, he would not deserve the rank of Dark Gold. Although the Nebula Tiger tried to chase after Shifeng, Kite once more stopped the monster in its path, annoying the beast greatly. In just a moment, Shifeng swiftly arrived before Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven knew that with Kite present, the Nebula Tiger could not do anything to Shifeng. Hence, he commanded, "Get rid of that guard first." Absolute Heaven still possessed the life ward that would absorb 20,000 damage. He did not believe that Shifeng could kill him so easily. Moreover, he did not intend to confront Shifeng directly. After giving his command, Absolute Heaven immediately turned and ran, not giving Shifeng any chance to attack. Absolute Heaven knew that even if the Nebula Tiger failed to kill Shifeng, as long as he could escape and hide inside the town, Shifeng would lose the bet. After the Nebula Tiger switched its targets, Kite's HP started to decrease madly. After all, the Nebula Tiger was a High Lord-ranked monster. Both its attack power and movement speed were terrifying, and even Kite would sometimes fail to block the beast's attack. Whenever he was struck, he would lose close to 3,000 HP. Meanwhile, Kite only had slightly more than 18,000 HP. However, Kite was not an ordinary guard. With a single cross slash, he managed to deal close to minus 10,000 damage. He then followed up with Frozen Slash, Windwalk, and other skills that either reduced the Nebula Tiger's movement speed or increased his own movement speed, making it harder for the Nebula Tiger to hit him. When the Tiger used Heaven-Splitting Claw, Kite used Triple Spin Attack, a Tier 1 swordsman skill. When used, the skill made the user invincible for 1.5 seconds while attacking the enemy 3 times. Moreover, 60% of the damage dealt would even be used to recover the user's HP. Unfortunately, Triple Spin Attack had a long cooldown of 1 minute. Kite landed one slash after another on the Nebula Tiger, and every hit dealt over minus 2,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, Kite had recovered all the HP he had lost. Absolute Heaven was baffled by this scene. He had not expected Kite to be so powerful that he could actually contend with the Nebula Tiger. If the Nebula Tiger had not possessed a frightening 1,800,000 HP, Absolute Heaven suspected that Kite might actually succeed in killing the monster. Absolute Heaven came to the conclusion that the Nebula Tiger could not finish off Kite in a short amount of time. Hence, the only way out for him right now was to escape into Creek Town. However, Shifeng no longer gave Absolute Heaven any chances. When only a few yards stood between him and Absolute Heaven, he used Abyssal Bind on the assassin. Knowing that the situation had turned out of his favor, Absolute Heaven used Vanish without hesitation, causing Abyssal Bind to lose its target. Moreover, Vanish allowed him to enter a state of forced stealth for 3 seconds. During this period, even if Absolute Heaven received any damage, he would only break stealth temporarily before automatically re-entering stealth once again. Shifeng simply revealed a smile at his opponent's actions. Shifeng then used Earth Splitter. A sword aura immediately rushed towards the location where Absolute Heaven had stood, the attack revealing Absolute Heaven momentarily before he disappeared again. Although it was only an instant, Shifeng had enough time to lock onto Absolute Heaven's position. Shifeng then used space movement, appearing directly above the assassin. Thunder Flame Explosion. Lighting and fire descended from the skies, landing directly on Absolute Heaven's head. Absolute Heaven responded quickly to the incoming attack and threw himself forward. Simultaneously, Absolute Heaven used Shadow Cloak to negate the damage from Thunder Flame Explosion and resist the feint effect. Shifeng was slightly astonished when he saw the skill Absolute Heaven used. He never expected for Absolute Heaven to have learned even Shadow Cloak. It was no wonder why Absolute Heaven was so confident of escaping. Shadow Cloak allowed the user to become immune to all magic damage and control effects for 5 seconds. It was the perfect skill for escaping. However, Shifeng immediately switched the aura of space to the aura of fire, increasing his damage by 30% and decreasing his target's defense by 30%. He then cast Firestorm at the location where Absolute Heaven had disappeared from again. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Although Firestorm would not deal any damage to Absolute Heaven, it could still expose Absolute Heaven. Sure enough, Absolute Heaven's figure appeared once again after the attack landed. Moreover, while Absolute Heaven remained within the effective range of Firestorm, it was impossible for him to re-enter stealth. Shifeng advanced and charged at Absolute Heaven. Simultaneously, he had activated Purgatory Power, greatly increasing his attack speed and damage. He then used Flame Burst at the escaping Absolute Heaven. Covered in flames, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand was like a miniature sun. Shifeng brandished his sword 6 times at Absolute Heaven, striking the protective shield repeatedly. Every strike dealt over -4,000 damage. His critical hits dealt close to -9,000 damage. Even though the life ward protecting Absolute Heaven could absorb up to 20,000 damage, in the face of Flame Burst, Shifeng sliced the protective shield apart like paper. His subsequent attack after breaking the shield struck Absolute Heaven's back. The secret silver equipment Absolute Heaven wore also lost more than half of its durability from the attack. To Absolute Heaven's disbelief, his HP, which had been over 2,000, plummeted to 0. The assassin's body fell to the ground, his weapons and equipment scattered around his body. Although everything seemed to have happened slowly, in reality, it only lasted an instant. The battle stunned the Zero Wing members who watched from a distance. At this moment, no words could describe their feelings. It turned out that a battle between players in God's domain could also be so frightening. It was a battle that shook them to their core. From the appearance of the red pillar of light to the end of the battle, less than 20 seconds had passed. First, there was the confrontation between the High Lord ranked monster and the Tier 1 NPC swordsman, and then, there was the chasing battle. The spectating members of Zero Wing had only managed to catch the afterimages of 2 figures running towards town, with one escaping while the other pursued. As the battle continued, the appearance of lightning and fire dazzled the eyes. Finally, after the momentary appearance of a miniature sun, one person lay flat on the ground with items strewn around his lifeless body. On the other side, the battle between the Nebula Tiger and Kite also came to an end. Now that its master was dead, the Nebula Tiger transformed into light particles and disappeared. Only Kite remained, standing there quietly and covered in numerous wounds. Meanwhile, the land surrounding Kite was in a miserable state. Pits and cracks surrounded him. One could just imagine how fierce the battle had been. Chapter 328, Harvest After the Battle. After the battle with Absolute Heaven came to an end, Shifeng sighed in relief. If not for the 7 luminaries ring, he might really have let the cunning Absolute Heaven get away. This was how God's domain worked. When players attempted to gain some achievements and make a name for themselves, they were like a boat traveling against the current, either they advanced forward or were forced backward. Today's glory might very well become tomorrow's laughingstock. Although Absolute Heaven's growth was impressive, there was still a considerable gap between him and Shifeng. Soon after, Shifeng looted the items the assassin had dropped. Shifeng was inwardly astonished when he examined Absolute Heaven's items. The equipment Absolute Heaven dropped was top tier even among secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, the daggers he dropped were fine gold rank. With these items, even among the core members of Zero Wing, Absolute Heaven could still reach the middle ranks. Among the assassins, only Fire Dance and Flying Shadow surpassed Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was a lone wolf. Yet, even without relying on the support of a guild or an organization, he still obtained such quality items for himself. He was already an expert standing at the peak of White River City. If Absolute Heaven were not a solo player, the equipment he had possessed might not have been secret silver, but fine gold rank. If Absolute Heaven had been fully geared with fine gold equipment today, Shifeng's victory would not have been so easily secured. Big Sis Aqua, is that really our guild leader? Snow Goose asked hesitantly, her big, round eyes focused on the figure standing proudly within the sea of fire. He looks so much more powerful than when he appeared in the video. Guild leader is usually a very ordinary, approachable, and gentle person. But now, even when looking at him from such a distance, I still feel overwhelmed. Naturally. Aqua Rose giggled. This is our guild leader, ordinary yet reliable. Snow Goose had been raiding dungeons all this time, so she had only ever heard and not personally seen any of Shifeng's battles. Now that she had personally witnessed Shifeng fight for the first time, it was only natural that shock filled her heart. After all, a video could only portray so much. Only by personally experiencing something could one truly understand it. Alright, stop daydreaming. Clean up these remaining red players quickly. Over 2,000 NPCs are still chasing Fire Dance and the others, and they could obliterate our team at any moment. The red names of Creek Town had despaired and faced with Shifeng and his NPC entourage. Now that Shifeng had also extinguished the hope presented by Absolute Heaven and the High Lord ranked monster, these red names completely lost their heart to resist. Escape? How were they supposed to escape? With Shifeng's gale-like speed, even if they grew a few more legs, it still would not be enough for them to get away. After these red names lost their fighting spirit, Aqua Rose and the others took little effort to clean up. They took less than a minute to deal with the remaining red names of Creek Town. Meanwhile, the harvest they obtained was sufficient to arm a team of 1,000 players. Throughout this battle, although a few of their members had died and lost a level, when compared to the harvest they obtained, such loss was practically negligible. The items they obtained had easily made up for the total losses Zero Wing had suffered with surplus. Aqua Rose was overjoyed when she examined their harvest. As the manager of Zero Wing's daily affairs, she was very clear about what these items represented. With the addition of this batch of items, after Zero Wing finished recruiting new members, they could arm a large batch of elite players, pushing Zero Wing's combat power to a whole other level. At that time, even if Dark Star declared another war on Zero Wing, they could still deal with it without needing Ouroboros's assistance. Guild leader, we've dealt with all the red names. We can start cooperating with Fire Dance and the others to kill the Blood Hand Association NPCs now, Aqua Rose happily reported through the team chat. Okay. Follow the plan and kill those Blood Hand Association NPCs. Be careful not to lure too many at once. Those NPCs are more sensitive than field monsters, Shifeng said. Oh, right. Send me a healer. I need someone revived. I'm a cleric. I'll go. Snow Goose hurriedly shouted in the team chat, excitedly waving her hand. Seeing the girl's reaction, Aqua Rose indulgently said, Fine, off you go then. In any case, the Tier 1 guards will be responsible for killing those NPCs. Our role is to supply support. The Blood Hand Association NPCs were all level 30 and above, while the members of Zero Wing were only around level 20. Among those present, only Shifeng and Blackheat possessed 10 ignore levels. Everyone else could only deal minute amounts of damage to these NPCs. The most they could do was use some control skills on these Blood Hand Association NPCs. Although these Blood Hand Association NPCs possessed a certain degree of intelligence, it was only slightly higher than normal field monsters. Otherwise, Fire Dance's group could not have lured them away. What Aqua Rose's group needed to do was to lure the Blood Hand Association NPCs away in small batches and kill them separately. With the strength of 40 level 50 Tier 1 guards, they could easily take care of up to 300 level 30 Blood Hand Association NPCs each time. With a massive difference of 20 levels, the attacks of the Blood Hand Association NPCs would only deal damage in the double digits to a Tier 1 Shield Warrior guard. Meanwhile, a level 50 Tier 1 shield warrior possessed over 200,000 HP. Even if dozens of Blood Hand Association NPCs attacked simultaneously, the total damage would only be a tickle to a level 50 Tier 1 shield warrior. The shield warrior's battle recovery alone could restore most of the HP lost. Not to mention, there were still the Tier 1 healers waiting in the wings. However, NPCs were different from monsters. The NPCs of the Blood Hand Association were very organized when they fought. The warriors that served as meat shields would stand in front, and the mages would attack from behind, coordinating their attacks with the melee fighters. The healers standing at the rear would also spam heals on the tanks. There was even one time where an assassin from the Blood Hand Association had circled and ambushed Aqua Rosa's group. If Cola had not reacted quickly and immediately aggroed the NPC assassin, the team would have lost at least one member to the NPC. Compared to everyone else who the NPC suppressed, Blackie was free and unfettered as he sent spell after spell at the Blood Hand Association. The Mavis's guard Blackie wielded allowed him to ignore the massive level difference completely, and each one of Blackie's attacks could deal around -700 to -800 damage to these level 30 elite NPCs. When Blackie used Stars of Light, the result was simply earth-shaking. A damage of over -1000 appeared above every enemy NPC caught within the skill's range. Moreover, with each successive bombardment, the damage of the Stars of Light increased by 10%. The skill had a duration of 15 seconds, and by the time the 15th bombardment landed, the enemy NPCs were already receiving over -6000 damage each. Some of the attacks even achieved critical hits, dealing over -10,000 damage to the enemy NPCs. These level 30 elite NPCs only had 100,000 HP. They stood no chance against Blackie's Stars of Light. After Stars of Light ended, over 200 level 30 elite NPCs fell to the ground lifelessly. Suddenly, everyone's experience bars started increasing madly. Some even leveled from level 19 to level 20. Even Blackie, who was currently level 23, saw a huge increase in his experience bar. Even though the EXP was shared with over 100 players, each person still obtained a frightening amount. Originally, everyone had only come here to kill these NPCs for the purpose of completing the Crusade quest. Now that they had discovered the wealth of EXP in front of them, everyone started working even more enthusiastically. After killing several waves of NPCs, everyone managed to level up to level 20 or above. Blackie even reached level 24. Everyone's leveling speed was simply frightening. Ha ha ha. Sister Aqua, at the rate we're leveling, Zero Wing will fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Blackie laughed. That's a nice idea. All this time, that leveling madman Lone Tyrant had held the 9th position on the ranking list. Although Guild Leader had killed him once back in the Silverleaf Forest, he had only fallen to 10th place. Seeing that Dark Star is so adamant in challenging us, if we kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 100 of the ranking list, it would be a massive blow to both Lone Tyrant's and Dark Star's reputation. Moreover, we would also elevate Zero Wing's fame and prestige, killing two birds with one stone. Aqua Rose revealed a playful smile when she considered this interesting idea. Okay. Let's kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Chapter 329, You Don't Have a Choice. Shifeng could not stop his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. In actuality, it would be a simple task for Shifeng to let Zero Wing fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. The only reason he had not done so yet was that he was afraid of attracting too much attention and the public's enmity. After all, Zero Wing was currently only a small guild. If a small guild like theirs overstepped their bounds, every guild in White River City would most likely team up and retaliate against them. However, Zero Wing was no longer a weak guild. Even if Zero Wing pulled such a huge stunt, it would only shock the other guilds. they would not feel insulted or humiliated. Hence, Shifeng made no attempt to stop his guild members' actions. The ranking list was the only glory for Lone Tyrant. Even if he had to exceed the level 20 limit for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, he still had to maintain his position within the top 10 of the ranking list. Lone Tyrant's obsession with the ranking list was apparent. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was different. To secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had frozen her experience bar at 99% of level 20. She paid absolutely no attention to the ranking list at all. After all, her title of Snow Goddess had originated not from her high level, but her strength instead. However, Lone Tyrant was not like Gentle Snow. He had relied solely on the ranking list to gain the fame he currently possessed. It was why he worked desperately hard to maintain his spot within the top 10 of the ranking list. Although Shifeng had killed Lone Tyrant once already, robbing him of a level, he had managed to recover the lost EXP quickly. After all, he had large groups of players to help him level up. Currently, he had once again reached level 21, though he still required large amounts of EXP to reach level 22. While Aqua Rose and the others swiftly leveled from killing the NPCs of the Blood Hand Association, the cleric, Snow Goose resurrected Absolute Heaven. At this moment, Absolute Heaven was overcome with disappointment. Not only had he lost most of the items he had on him, but he had also fallen to level 16. He no longer possessed the high spirits he had before. "I've won this bet of ours. Do you have anything to say?" Shifeng asked lightly as he looked at the crestfallen Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven glared at Shifeng, clearly irritated, before turning his head away, tacitly agreeing to Shifeng's words. "Hee, it seems that someone is pouting after losing. What an unmanly person," Snow Goose softly muttered contemptuously after discerning the general situation. Absolute Heaven was suddenly livid upon hearing her comment. When all was said and done, he was still a top-tier assassin. Although he was not a well-known expert, he was still a man of his word. Now that a female player ridiculed him, how could he possibly be happy? Reluctantly, Absolute Heaven muttered in a low tone, I lost." "Say it, then. What do you want me to do? What is up with your attitude? You've clearly lost, yet, you still sound like an aggrieved woman." "You're making it seem as if our guild leader is a bully," Snow Goose added. "You." Absolute Heaven's complexion alternated between flushed red and pale white, his blood boiling. He very nearly vomited blood out of anger. Never in his life had he been so greatly humiliated before. However, with Shifeng standing beside her, Absolute Heaven simply could not do anything to this infuriating girl. Before he died, he had not been a match for Shifeng. Now that he had fallen to level 16 and lost most of his items, it was impossible for him to escape Shifeng's grasp. At this moment, Shifeng spoke, "All right, Snow Goose. Absolute Heaven is a top-tier expert assassin. If you continue speaking of him this way, his little heart might not handle it. No matter what, you should at least show him some respect." "Oh." Snow Goose smiled and nodded. Absolute Heaven nearly fainted from anger. Seeing Absolute Heaven's ashen complexion, Shifeng smiled faintly and said, "Since you've acknowledged your loss, I'll make it simple. I don't need you to do anything difficult. Just help me collect all the information relating to Underworld in God's domain." "You're insane. That's Underworld you're talking about. If they find out that I leaked important information, they will hunt me down." Absolute Heaven never thought that Shifeng would actually aim for such a thing. "Oh. I didn't think you would really have such information." The assassin's reaction surprised Shifeng. His demand had only been casual. After all, Absolute Heaven was only an outer member of Underworld. How could he possibly possess all the important information relating to the organization? Logically, only those belonging to Underworld's middle management or above should possess the information he was looking for. Absolute Heaven was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he bellowed, "Black Flame, you deceived me." Absolute Heaven had always thought of joining Underworld's core upper management. Hence, he had collected plenty of information regarding Underworld so that he would have an easier time climbing the ranks of the organization. After becoming an outer member, he had met with Feng Xianyang through South Wolf's introduction. Feng Xianyang even gave him one of the reserved spots for becoming an Underworld guard after learning of his skill. With his new status as an Underworld guard reservist, Absolute Heaven managed to obtain even more information about Underworld in God's domain. Yet, Shi Feng had played him so easily. "Since you have the information, hand it over to me." Shi Feng was extremely interested in discovering Underworld's situation in God's domain. After all, he had provoked Feng Xianyang. Who knew what Underworld would try in the future? Without knowing anything about his enemy, Shi Feng could not take appropriate measures. However, if he possessed inside information about the organization, the situation would be greatly different. One who knows his own strength and that of the enemy is invincible in battle. If Shi Feng had not possessed his advantage of being a reincarnated person, Dark Star, the guild controlled by Underworld, would have long since eliminated both him and his guild. Hence, Shi Feng had to take preventive measures against Underworld. Only, Shi Feng had not expected this boon to arrive so quickly. Originally, Shi Feng had only intended to toy with Absolute Heaven for a little bit before changing his condition. His actual goal was to have Absolute Heaven report Underworld's movements within the White River City region. Now, however, things had become far simpler. He could obtain all information regarding Underworld in God's domain directly. No. I absolutely will not agree to this. Underworld far surpasses your imagination. You have no idea what you are going up against. I urge you to change your request. This is not just about me. You, too, would be better off without knowing anything. Why create trouble for yourself? Absolute Heaven said resolutely. It turns out that even a top-tier expert will renege on his word. It seems that I have misjudged you, Shi Feng sighed. Guild leader, I could tell that he was a scoundrel that would break his promises with a single glance. What's the point of wasting your time arguing with him? Let's just do away with him. Kill him every time he revives. After we kill him to level 0, let's see how he can survive in Underworld, Snow Goose suggested, sporting a cheeky grin. You. Snow Goose's suggestion left the assassin utterly speechless. Kill him every time he revived. Was this girl really a cleric? Could she be a demon disguised as a human instead? Snow Goose, how could you speak like that? As a girl, you should act gently and reserved. Kill him every time he revives. That's simply too cruel. What will you do if you terrify him? Shi Feng could not help but reprimand the cheeky little girl. At most, we'll upload the video recording the previous fight and our dialogue to the forums. It will be fine as long as we reveal this to everyone. You're right, guild leader. Snow Goose applauded cheerfully. As long as the video of the battle went viral, not only would everyone know that Absolute Heaven was a man who broke his promises, but the hidden organization named Underworld would also be exposed to the public eye. Even if Absolute Heaven did not reveal any secrets, Underworld would hunt him down for what little he had already said. Black Flame. Raging flames burned in Absolute Heaven's eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. He only wished that he could murder the smiling demon before him right now. Just hand it over. Shi Feng calmly smiled. I have already sealed off all paths of retreat. You don't have a choice. Chapter 330, Shock. Shi Feng's words left Absolute Heaven speechless. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally understood why Shi Feng would insist on making a bet with him. Shi Feng was clearly capable of killing him with a single hit. Yet, Shi Feng had given him hope of retaliation for this very moment. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in Absolute Heaven's mind. Had Shifeng planned to deal with Underworld all this time? Before joining Underworld, Absolute Heaven had known that Underworld's background was unfathomably deep. It was an existence that he could not afford to provoke. After joining the organization, that thought had only strengthened. He absolutely could not make an enemy of Underworld. Yet, now, Shifeng dared to consider challenging Underworld. He simply did not know how to differentiate between life and death. It would have been fine if only Shifeng did not know how to differentiate between life and death. Yet, Shifeng intended to drag him down as well. Moreover, the swordsman left him with no other options. Shifeng was eviler than a demon. When Absolute Heaven saw that Shifeng's finger was about to click the Upload Video button, he lowered his head and helplessly said, "Fine. However, I have a condition. No one can know that I gave you this information. You can rest assured on this point. Since I have asked you to do such a thing for me, I will not make things difficult for you. I won't let anyone but myself look at the information relating to Underworld," Shifeng assured and nodded. Absolute Heaven's worries were unfounded. After all, Shifeng was also worried about this situation becoming public, which would, in turn, allow Underworld to take precautionary actions. "I'll send you the files tomorrow after I have compiled them," Absolute Heaven said before turning to leave. However, Shifeng was a step ahead and blocked his retreat. "What? Worried that I'll deceive you? You currently have information to use against me. What tricks could I possibly play on you?" Absolute Heaven laughed bitterly. "You're overthinking things. I'm just returning the items you dropped when you died. As for your levels, with your strength, you should recover quickly." Shifeng then took out the items he had looted from Absolute Heaven and returned them to their original owner. After some hesitation, Absolute Heaven finally decided to receive the items before leaving. "Guild leader, are we really going to start a war with that mysterious organization named Underworld?" Snow Goose asked. Based on Absolute Heaven's words, Snow Goose could discern just how terrifying Underworld was. Even a top-tier expert like Absolute Heaven was afraid when talking about it. Furthermore, a powerful guild like Dark Star was just a puppet of Underworld. With Zero Wing's current strength, wouldn't acting against Underworld be akin to smashing an egg against a rock? "What? Afraid?" Shifeng chuckled. "Of course not. Our Zero Wing is invincible. How could we possibly lose to Underworld?" Snow Goose's eyes glowed as her fighting spirit soared. She had left Twilight Echo with Aqua Rose to create their own legacy in God's domain. How could they give up so easily because of a single Underworld? Time passed, little by little. At this moment, Aqua Rose and the others were still battling against the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Even though it was night in God's domain, spells of war illuminated the sky around Creek Town so brilliantly that it appeared to be day. Although these NPCs provided no loot, the EXP they gave was bountiful. The members of Zero Wing were only able to kill these Blood Hand Association NPCs with such ease due to the assistance of the level 50 Tier 1 guards. In the future, it would not be so easy for them to come across such a valuable opportunity. As more Blood Hand Association NPCs died, the Zero Wing Guild members watched their levels soar. The ranking list of White River City also underwent dramatic changes. Players from Zero Wing continuously appeared within the top 100 of the ranking list. The change had not been obvious at the beginning, as only a few members had entered the 90s. However, as time passed, the EXP growth of Zero Wing never stopped. The guild members who originally ranked within the 90s jumped into the 80s, then jumped again from the 80s to the 70s, their positions ever rising. However, this was still not the most shocking incident. What really shocked people was the fact that the Zero Wing members occupied every rank between 70 and 100. They had forced all others out of the top 100 ranks. Is this real or fake? Aren't the members of Zero Wing too impressive? It was already amazing that they managed to occupy the top 8 positions before. Now, they fully occupied the 70th to the 100th positions. What did these people eat to become so fierce? As expected of the guild that I fancy. If this continues, Zero Wing will sooner or later occupy all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. That shouldn't be possible, right? After all, there is still Lone Tyrant who ranks 10th. Although Black Flame had killed him once, he has already managed to recover to level 21. It shouldn't be possible to kick him out of the top 100. Lone Tyrant? So what? Hadn't he been the top player on the White River City ranking list before? In the end, 8 experts from Zero Wing still shoved him aside. Even now, he is still stuck at 9th place. Now that Zero Wing is showing its might, he might not keep his rank for long. Serves him right. Who told Lone Tyrant to behave so arrogantly before? He had dared to ambush and made an enemy of Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing is merely teaching Lone Tyrant a lesson, letting him know that his pride is worth nothing to Zero Wing. They can surpass him anytime they want to. Everyone was very concerned about the sudden emergence of the Zero Wing members on the ranking list, and they all began to voice their suggestions and opinions. Many felt that this was Zero Wing's retaliation towards Dark Star. The timing of this situation was simply too coincidental, being only a few hours after Dark Star's war with Zero Wing had ended. Moreover, Zero Wing also declared that Dark Star would pay for their actions. However, nobody ever thought that Zero Wing would take action so quickly. If Zero Wing really succeeds, this will become a true legend in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds have managed to occupy the ranking list of a city. Zero Wing rocks. Go, Zero Wing. Kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Everyone in White River City highly anticipated the arrival of a legend, creating a huge commotion over this matter. The thought of a single guild monopolizing the entire ranking list had sent shivers down their spines. At that time, if they joined such a guild and wore the 6-winged emblem on their chests, they would definitely become the targets of everyone's admiration. On the other hand, while the casual players in White River City were very excited over this matter, the many guilds were not happy at all. It had been an earth-shaking matter when Zero Wing had occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Yet, now, Zero Wing was actually trying to occupy the top 100 positions of the ranking list. Just how were they, the other guilds, supposed to continue competing in White River City? Inside the Silverleaf Forest, leading a team of several hundred players, Lone Tyrant was desperately leveling up. Can someone tell me just what is going on? Lone Tyrant demanded, irritated. He had spared no effort to raise his own level. Yet, now, as if on steroids, the members of Zero Wing leveled at a rate many times faster than himself. Based on the Zero Wing members' current leveling speed, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Unfortunately, nobody could answer Lone Tyrant's question. You're a bunch of trash. Go, investigate immediately. They must have found a good grinding spot. Once you find them, send someone to eliminate them. I will never allow these people to surpass me. Lone Tyrant commanded the guild members of Dark Star. The only reason he had managed to lead Dark Star to its current status in White River City was that of his previous occupancy of the White River City ranking list's number 1 position. However, due to Black E and the others, he was no longer the top player in the region. Even so, he still occupied the top 10 in the eyes of the public. If he fell out of the top 100, what else would he have? Aside from his identity as the guild leader of Dark Star, there was nothing special about him. Although Lone Tyrant was quite powerful, he knew that he could not compare with top-tier experts. If not for the massive support from Underworld, Dark Star would not have developed to its present state. Lone Tyrant knew that, after the siege on Zero Wing had failed, Underworld started to look down on him. If he lost his only merit as well, based on how Underworld conducted business, he would not keep his position as guild leader for long. Chapter 331, Hidden Warehouse. Considering the events up to this point, Lone Tyrant grew worried. Hurry, lure more monsters. Those bastards from Zero Wing are dreaming if they think they can surpass me and kick me out of the ranking list. I won't give this position away. Lone Tyrant commanded once more, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Soon after, a group of rangers and assassins left to carry out his orders and lure more monsters. The mages of Dark Star also promptly increased their attack rate, using more AoE skills than before. As for Lone Tyrant, who was not in a team with his guild members, he began methodically kill-stealing the low HP monsters, taking the majority of the monsters' EXP for himself rather than sharing with his comrades. This leveling method was extremely extravagant. Even a party of experts continuously grinding monsters could not compare to Lone Tyrant's current leveling speed. Unfortunately, Lone Tyrant did not know that the monsters he and the members of Zero Wing grinded were on entirely different levels. Lone Tyrant only grinded level 20 common monsters at the moment, so he received no bonus EXP for killing them. On the other hand, Zero Wing's 100-man team was killing level 30 elite NPCs. Originally, these elite NPCs had provided an abundance of EXP. They also gained the bonus EXP rewarded for killing a monster that was 10 levels higher. After splitting the EXP for each NPC killed across 100 players evenly, everyone leveled up far faster than Lone Tyrant. Time flew by quickly. White River City was bustling at that night. As a Saturday, even though it was already daytime in the real world, many players had not logged out and were still having fun in God's domain. However, as it was dangerous to leave the city at night, many players had chosen to visit bars in the city. With nothing better to do, players had started focusing their attention to Zero Wing's ranks. Many also began guessing on whether or not Zero Wing would kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. It had been over an hour since the commotion had begun. Now, instead of occupying up to just the 70th position, Zero Wing occupied up to the 40th position of the ranking list. Bystanders fell speechless when witnessing the leveling speed of this new guild. Originally, many players had simply guessed and joked around. None of them actually thought that Zero Wing could accomplish such a feat. Watching this momentum, however, Zero Wing might really intend to monopolize the top 100 spots on the ranking list. Everyone could not help but grow excited in anticipation. If Zero Wing truly managed to achieve such a feat, then they, as players who preferred to play solo, might have a few things to consider carefully. Should they or should they not join Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in White River City, the members of the Holy Grail Knights were currently drinking in celebration. Today, they had managed to raid a level 15, 20-man hard-mode dungeon, the Bloodfang Fort. They also obtained quite a load of equipment and materials from the raid. Brother War Wolf, that Zero Wing sure is godly, huh? First, they defeated world dominators. After that, they managed to kill Dark Star's Lone Tyrant. Now, they are even planning to kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 10 and monopolize the ranking list. Soon, they might even rule White River City. In reply, War Wolf, the leader of the Holy Grail Knights, shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. Moreover, the other top 6 guilds aren't here just for show. They won't allow Zero Wing to develop freely. Although, it is true that I have underestimated Zero Wing before." Moments after War Wolf started speaking, a few cloaked players walked into the bar. The equipment these players wore immediately attracted the attention of the others inside the bar. These newcomers were fully geared with secret silver equipment. Moreover, none of them possessed a guild emblem on their chests, signifying that they were all independent players. Meanwhile, the leader of this group was a beautiful female summoner. If Sherphone were here right now, he would definitely notice that this female summoner was none other than Yulan of Underworld. Big Brother War Wolf, long time no see. Yulan walked up to War Wolf and greeted him with a bright smile. It's been a long time indeed. The pure and sweet little girl from the past has grown into a beautiful tigress. Time really is amazing. Warwolf sighed ruefully as he looked at the noble and graceful girl in front of him. Big brother Warwolf, you jest. Everything I have today is all thanks to you. Yulan smiled faintly. Looking around, she said, we haven't seen each other for so many years now, and I really wish to have a nice conversation with you. There are too many bystanders here. Why don't we find a room upstairs to catch up? Indeed, it has been many years since we last met. We should really have a nice chat. Warwolf immediately spent 5 silvers to rent a guest room on the 2nd floor. He then walked towards the stairs leading to the bar's 2nd floor. Yulan promptly followed after Warwolf. The other cloaked players that had entered the bar with Yulan also moved to guard the staircase, preventing anyone from going upstairs. At this moment, the entire bar was silent. The other members of the Holy Grail Knights, as well as the other guests in the bar, were still stunned by what they just saw, their minds were unable to process what had just happened. The leader of an independent team actually knew such a noble and elegant beauty. Moreover, they even rented a private room to have a conversation. The other players' minds went wild with fantasy. A short distance away from Creek Town, Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing still grinded the Blood Hand Association's NPCs relentlessly, their experience bars continuously rising. There were over 2,000 NPCs in Creek Town, and it would not be an easy task to kill every one of them. Although Blackie's Stars of Light skill was very effective against the enemy NPCs, the skill had a long cooldown. As for everyone else, the damage they dealt to the enemy NPCs was practically negligible. In the end, the main source of damage was the level 50 Tier 1 guards. However, there were healers among the Blood Hand Association NPCs, as well as some powerful level 50 Blood Hand Association elites. It was not possible to eliminate all of them within a short time. Seeing that the situation had mostly stabilized, Shifeng said in the team chat, Cola and Violet, you two come with me. We're going to make a trip to the Blood Hand Association stronghold. Everyone else, remain here and continue grinding. Guild leader, you're too biased. I helped you revive that bastard from before. Why are you taking Violet but not me? Snow Goose pouted. We'll be going to the Blood Hand Association stronghold, and nothing good is waiting for us there. Why would you even want to go? Shifeng laughed bitterly. Shifeng had his own reasons for not bringing anyone else along. How could a Crusade quest possibly be so easy? Previously, Fire Dance and the others had merely lured away the NPCs guarding the town. There were still plenty of enemy NPCs waiting for them inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. Right now, they were merely going to scout ahead. Is it very dangerous? Snow Goose asked, tilting her head slightly. Of course, Shifeng said seriously with a nod. Forget it. I can't compare to Violet in terms of survivability, and it would be a pity if I lost my fine gold-ranked staff, Snow Goose said after giving it some thought. Soon after, Shifeng led Cola and Violet Cloud to the Blood Hand Association stronghold in Creek Town. As the Blood Hand Association stronghold, the security around the construct was usually very strict. However, now that all of the NPCs had been drawn away, Shifeng's group managed to enter the stronghold without any trouble. The inside of the tower was a resplendent sight. Such a luxurious building in a barren place like Creek Town was unimaginable. Careful. This is the Blood Hand Association stronghold. There are definitely a lot of traps here, Shifeng reminded his team. In the past, world dominators had suffered heavy losses to conquer Creek Town. They had dispatched over 6,000 Tier 1 players and returned with less than 1,000. Meanwhile, close to half of those deaths had been because of the hidden traps inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. One could just imagine how deadly the traps inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold were. Although world dominators had paid a steep price, their harvest was equally shocking. It was especially true for the hidden warehouse inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. One of the main reasons that many large guilds preferred to capture towns ruled by dark forces was because of the treasures they possessed. Of course, different towns gave varying amounts of treasure. In this case, the Blood Hand Association possessed a significantly large treasury. Even though the loot available was limited due to Crusade quest, the final sum was still sufficient to move even Shifeng's heart. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to spend 30 gold coins to take on a Crusade quest? Moreover, only a Viscount or someone of higher status could accept such a quest. Chapter 332, Encountering a Magic Weapon Once Again. Inside of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, it was like a maze. There were also many level 30 Blood Hand Association knights patrolling the construct. These NPCs wore red leather armor and wielded spears. They also had 200,000 HP. Moreover, these NPCs always moved in groups of 10, and their coordination made them extremely difficult to deal with. If Shifeng and the others recklessly charged into a group of these NPCs, even with a tier 1 swordsman like Kite protecting them, the result would be the same. These knights would eliminate them in an instant. In fact, even if Shifeng's group were strong enough to fight these Blood Hand Association knights, they would still meet their deaths if they chose to confront these NPCs. This was due to the many hidden traps and mechanisms throughout the stronghold. In the past, world dominators had paid a steep price because of these traps. Naturally, Shifeng would not behave as recklessly as world dominators had in the past. Hence, he would always detour and bypass any knights they met, avoiding a confrontation with the NPCs at all costs. In any case, the paths in this stronghold all connected in one way or another. As long as one was careful, it was possible to find the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse without engaging in combat. Finally, after a long time, Shifeng's group arrived before a pair of tightly sealed, stone doors. 2 words were etched into the wall next to the doors: Control Room. This was where all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold were controlled. As long as they disabled these traps, they would have nothing to worry about as they traveled through the construct. Just after Kola forced open the heavy stone doors, the group immediately discovered an old, one-eyed man dressed in black robes inside the control room. The old man held a redwood staff as he manipulated a magic array. Inca Richter, Tier 1 Elementalist. Level 30. HP 1000000/1000000. Thank God it is as I speculated. He's only level 30 and not a level 50 tier 2 mage. Shifeng could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Inca Richter's information. If not for the Crusade quest, the old man before them would be near impossible to deal with. Although Inca Richter would only be level 50, as a tier 2 mage, he could kill a level 50 tier 1 player as easily as squishing a bug. Guild leader, it's a level 30 tier 1 elementalist. I'm afraid that he might be somewhat difficult to deal with. Should we call for reinforcements? Kola had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Currently, he was only level 22. If it were a level 20 tier 1 elementalist, he could tank it. However, it was impossible for him to endure the attacks of a level 30 tier 1 elementalist. The tier suppression alone would greatly increase the damage he received, not to mention the level suppression. With the two combined, even as the chief MT of Zero Wing, he would be cannon fodder at best. Relax, you don't need to tank. Shifeng smiled. He then looked at his personal guard, Kite, who stood beside him, saying, Kite will be our MT, Kola, you'll act as support. You just need to activate your magic resistance aura and use protection blessing on Kite during crucial moments. Kola suddenly remembered that Shifeng had a personal guard like Kite beside him. Kite had over 18,000 HP compared to Kola. Kite was far more durable as an MT. Although Kite was far inferior to Inca Richter regarding HP, as a level 30 tier 1 swordsman, Kite's close combat capabilities far surpassed a Tier 1 Elementalist. Kite, you'll tank Encirclement. Violet, you'll heal Kite. Cola, focus on using Protection Blessing on Kite when needed, Shifeng commanded. Without hesitation, Kite charged Encirclement, slashing his sword at the old man. A damage of over -4,000 appeared above Encirclement's head. Compared to the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, Encirclement's defense was much lower. Despicable intruders, I'll turn all of you into my lab rats. Encirclement used instantaneous movement, dodging Kite's sword techniques. The old man then waved his staff, summoning an aqua-blue magic shield that covered his body. The magic shield was one of the most frequently used defensive spells that elementalists possessed, and it could protect the caster against a considerable amount of damage. Following which, Encirclement waved his free hand, summoning an ice wall to prevent Kite from advancing. However, Kite was no ordinary guard. Immediately, Kite activated Wind Blade and jumped. Kite effortlessly leaped across the ice wall in his path and arrived before Encirclement. He then brandished his sword at the Elementalist multiple times in quick succession. After taking a few hits from Kite's sword, the magic shield surrounding Encirclement's body shattered into particles of light, leaving the caster's feeble body vulnerable to Kite's attacks. Fortunately for the old man, the magic shield had earned him enough time to cast Frozen Circle. White, bone-chilling mist spread out from Encirclement and assaulted Kite. In response to the spell, Kite abruptly jumped into the air and dodged the Frozen Circle. Encirclement cursed when he saw the swordsman avoid another spell with such a simple action. In a fit of rage, Encirclement pointed a finger at Kite, sending multiple fireballs flying at the swordsman who was still suspended in midair. As the fireballs approached him, Kite calmly twisted his body and brandished his sword so fast that only bright afterimages were visible. He sliced the incoming fireballs in half, one after another. The speed of Kite and Encirclement's exchange was stunning, and any ordinary player would have difficulty following the fight. Standing at a distance, both Cola and Violet Cloud were dumbfounded by the scene before them. This was the first time they had witnessed a fight between NPCs. Never would they have expected that a fight between NPCs could actually be more exciting than a fight between experts. The longer they watched, the more felt ashamed of themselves. Inwardly, they also began to estimate how they would fare if they fought Encirclement if they were the same level and tier. However, as they continued watching the exchange between Kite and Encirclement, they soon reached a shocking conclusion. They were not even opponents for Encirclement. The reason they came to such a conclusion, however, was not because of the great disparity between their HPs. Instead, it was because of the difference in combat techniques. This conclusion left them both speechless. What are you two daydreaming about? They are both high-level NPCs, ordinary monsters cannot compare to them. It's no big deal if your current combat techniques are not a match for theirs. As long as you participate in more battles and accumulate experience, you will surpass Encirclement sooner or later. Shifeng could not help but console the two. Naturally, he could discern their thoughts. Encirclement was different from the Blood Hand Association elites battling outside the town. Before the Crusade quest had weakened him, Encirclement had originally been a Tier 2 NPC. Thus, his combat proficiency was superior to those ordinary NPCs. As for Kite, not only was he a Dark Gold ranked personal guard, but he had also been a Tier 2 sword master in the past. His combat techniques were excellent. In truth, Shifeng had also been shocked when he had first witnessed a battle between high-level NPCs. It was especially true for battles involving Tier 3 NPCs or above. Regarding control over personal combat power, these NPCs could actually exhibit more than 70% of their strength. According to the evaluation criteria of God's domain, those capable of exhibiting more than 70% of their personal combat power were considered first-rate experts. These NPCs were far superior to the current top-tier experts. Moreover, even an NPC like Encirclement was only capable of exhibiting 60% of his personal combat power. Hence, it was natural for Cola and Violet Cloud to be inferior to NPCs like Kite and Inca Richter. Following which, Violet Cloud began healing the Tier 1 swordsman while Shifeng supported Kite from the sides. From time to time, Shifeng would use control skills such as Thunder Flame Explosion and Abyssal Bind to restrain Inca Richter. Shifeng also used the 7 Luminaries ring, swapping between Aura of Time and Aura of Fire. While Aura of Time was activated, Shifeng would cast Absolute Time. While Aura of Fire was activated, Shifeng would use Firestorm. Whenever Inca Richter was about to cast a powerful spell, Shifeng would deftly activate Absolute Time, interrupting Inca Richter's spell and forcing the old man to defend against Kite's sword techniques using his staff. A mage that could not cast spells was like a tiger that without its fangs and claws. In such circumstances, Inca Richter could only endure Shifeng and everyone else's attacks helplessly. Very quickly, Inca Richter's 1 million HP fell rapidly. 90%. 70%. 30%. After more than 10 minutes, Inca Richter's body finally dropped to the floor, transforming into an abundance of EXP. Shifeng reached level 24 with the sudden influx of EXP. Following which, Shifeng turned off all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Now that there were no more traps, it would be much easier to deal with the enemy NPCs. Suddenly, Cola excitedly ran towards Shifeng's side and asked, "Guild leader, I found a key beside this old man's body. What do you think this is?" "A key?" Shifeng was slightly puzzled. Logically, none of the Blood Hand Association NPCs should drop any items. Shifeng received the purple gold key from Cola and examined it. There were complex runes carved onto the body of this key. To Shifeng's surprise, he could not obtain any information about the key. Everything displayed as unknown. What a strange key. In Shifeng's memory, there were no records mentioning this key. However, since Inca Richter had dropped it, it should be extraordinary. It seems that we will have to look for an appraiser after we return to White River City. When considering unknown items, Shifeng suddenly remembered the additional skill of his golden stigmata, Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes could obtain all information on any items. This skill was far more amazing than the appraising eyes of appraisers. Let's have a look, then. Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and took a look at the key in his hand once more. This time, the information displayed was no longer unknown. All secrets about the key unveiled before Shifeng's eyes. It's actually a magic weapon. Shock filled Shifeng's heart as he investigated the purple gold key in his hand. Chapter 333, Hidden Class. Magic Weapon. Cola did not quite understand Shifeng's words. Violet Cloud was confused as well. Shifting her gaze to Shifeng, she hoped to find out from Shifeng what a magic weapon was. It was their first time hearing the term magic weapon. A magic weapon isn't an orthodox weapon. You can think of it as a double-edged sword of tremendous power. It can either raise a player's combat power to frightening heights, or completely ruin them, Shifeng explained, smiling. He had naturally noticed the two's interest. Shifeng had never revealed the secret of the abyssal blade to others. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, nobody else in the guild knew about it. Matters regarding magic weapons were of utmost importance. Compared to Blackie's epic ranked staff, magic weapons were much more precious. After all, they were weapons capable of rivaling legendary weapons. Had it been possible, Shifeng would have wished that the abyssal blade in his hands could become an epic weapon instead of a magic weapon. Although his combat power would have decreased significantly, he would not have to worry about the abyssal blade's backlash. Although Shifeng had never personally witnessed the result of a backlash, he had still heard rumors about it. In the past, many first-rate experts had been devoured by their own magic weapons. After suffering the backlash, these first-rate experts had no choice but to delete their accounts and start all over again. Such a heavy price frightened even Shifeng. Currently, he had no other choice but to continuously improve himself, in both combat techniques and combat power, in order to face the future backlash. So it turns out that magic weapons are so amazing. But, Guild Leader, is there even a class that uses a key as a weapon? None of the 12 main classes in God's domain that I know of uses a key as a weapon, Kola asked. There is. However, it is a hidden class, Shifeng answered. Hidden class. So there really are hidden classes in God's domain? Then, aren't hidden classes very amazing? Guild Leader, is it possible for us to switch to a hidden class? Kola's trust in Shifeng had long since reached the level of blind faith. He did not have a shred of doubt about Shifeng's words. If Shifeng said hidden classes existed in God's domain, then, to Kola, these definitely existed in God's domain. Even if there weren't any hidden classes, Kola would still believe that there were. Big Brother Kola, what are you getting so anxious for? You should let Guild Leader finish speaking first. Violet Cloud was also very interested in regard to hidden classes. Seeing his two party members looking at him with such fervent eyes, Shifeng could not help but laugh, saying, this hidden class is called Astromancer and it can be considered a branch of the mage classes. Any mage or healer class can convert to an Astromancer. The minimum requirement is that you must first reach level 20. More importantly, you must also receive and complete the class change quest for the hidden class. Meanwhile, this key is very special. Not only is it a weapon, it is also a tool meant for triggering the class change quest for the hidden class. You just need to bring this key to White River City and you'll automatically receive the hidden class change quest. Guild Leader, is an Astromancer strong? Can I still continue healing after I become an Astromancer? Violet Cloud was suddenly excited. As Zero Wing developed, the number of battles the guild would be involved in would increase. Although she loved being a cleric, the things she could do were clearly limited. After all, when all was said and done, a cleric was not a combat-oriented class. Violet Cloud dearly wanted to fight as well. She did not wish to always stand in the rear and receive the protection of others. Although it is called a hidden class, you're not exactly going to be changing to an entirely different class. It is more like having extra unique class skills. You will simply be gaining an additional skill set that does not belong to your original class. The downside to this is that you will take several times longer to level up, compared to normal classes. Moreover, it won't be an easy task to learn the system skills of a hidden class. Simply put, your life will become much harder after converting to a hidden class, Shifeng explained. In addition, Astromancer isn't a class suitable for the average player. The controls involved are very complicated, and the control difficulty is at least 2 to 3 times that of a normal mage class. If an ordinary player were to convert into an Astromancer, they might find themselves losing fights to opponents that they had managed to defeat in the past. On the other hand, if you successfully master the class, even if you meet someone who had become much more powerful than they were in the past, you can still beat them up until their mothers no longer recognize them. Overall, Astromancer could be considered a very extreme hidden class. Seeing Violet Cloud's passionate gaze, Shifeng asked, do you wish to convert to this hidden class? I don't want to always stay at the back and heal. I want to be the same as Big Sis Fire Dance and Big Sis Aqua. I want to be able to fight enemies at the front lines as well. Violet Cloud nodded. She then looked at Shifeng and asked timidly, Guild Leader, can you please let me have this hidden class? Violet Cloud knew that she was being selfish. After all, she did not obtain this key by herself. Moreover, countless others in the guild would be willing to fight over a hidden class. There were also powerful mage experts such as Aqua Rose, Ice Queen Su Qianlu, Blackie, and many others in the guild. If they were to change classes into an Astromancer, they could greatly increase the guild's strength. There was simply no place for a healer like her. However, she wished to contribute more to the guild. Cola's mouth widened in shock when he heard Violet Cloud speak. He had not expected the usually quiet and lovely Violet Cloud to make such a bold move. This, Shifeng wrinkled his sharp brows, entering a deep contemplation. Looking at Shifeng's grave expression, Violet Cloud could not help but start panicking. Guild leader, Violet's control and techniques are definitely first-rate. Even I am no match for her. Won't you consider giving her a chance? Cola voiced his opinion. After thinking it over for a while, Shifeng seriously looked at Violet Cloud, saying, I'm not forbidding you to convert your class into an astromancer. Only, this key is slightly troublesome. If you use this key to convert your class into an astromancer, your path will be fraught with an endless amount of trouble in the future. You might even ruin your account. All your efforts would go down the drain. At that time, while everyone is over level 100, you will have to start from scratch. Do you really have the courage and determination to do so? In fact, Shifeng had no doubts in regard to Violet Cloud's control and techniques. If Shifeng did not possess 10 years' worth of experience playing God's domain, Violet Cloud might have already surpassed him by now. Based on Violet Cloud standards, she might immediately become one of Zero Wing's top combatants once she was an astromancer. Shifeng would naturally feel happy over this matter. Yet, what he had in his hand right now was a magic weapon. If the weapon were a legendary weapon and not a magic weapon, he would willingly give it to Violet Cloud without hesitation as long as she wanted it. A magic weapon, on the other hand, had pros and cons that Shifeng was very clear about. As long as a player unsealed a magic weapon and became its controller, then they would inevitably have to face the backlash of the magic weapon one day. Based on the current situation, the disadvantages of giving Violet Cloud the magic weapon greatly outweighed the advantages. Most importantly, not every player could handle the pressure of having to start all over again. Guild leader, I'm not afraid of trouble. I only hope that I can do more for the guild. Even if I end up back in square one because of this item, I will have no regrets. At the very least, I would have contributed greatly towards the guild's current development. Violet Cloud looked at Shifeng, her eyes shining with conviction. Faced with Violet Cloud's gaze, Shifeng abruptly recalled how he had been back then, and burst out in sudden laughter. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a restart at worst. The worry that filled Shifeng's heart disappeared. He then handed the key to Violet Cloud. This key is still sealed. After returning to White River City, go look for someone who can unseal it. After it is unsealed, you will automatically receive the Tier 1 Hidden Class Change quest. Thank you, Guild Leader. I definitely won't let you down. Violet Cloud sincerely thanked Shifeng as she excitedly received the purple gold key. Chapter 334, Occupying the Ranking List. After Violet Cloud received the key, her heart could not help but pound in anticipation. She wished that she could quickly return to the city, undo the seal on this key, and become an important combat power for Zero Wing as soon as possible. Although the guilds in White River City currently appeared to be at peace on the surface, beneath that surface were surging undercurrents. Nobody knew what kind of plans these guilds were concocting. This was especially true for Dark Star and World Dominators. No matter how one looked at it, they were not guilds that would give up after suffering only 1 or 2 defeats. Yet, despite Zero Wing maintaining such a high profile, these 2 guilds had actually done nothing at all. How could their lack of a response not give rise to suspicions? Although Violet Cloud did not know what these 2 guilds were planning, she was sure of one thing: as long as Zero Wing became sufficiently strong, no matter what sort of tricks or means those 2 guilds used, all would be rendered useless. Star's Reminiscence. Violet Cloud softly muttered after checking the information of the key in her hands. Star's Reminiscence, Magic Weapon. A key belonging to the ancient and great star sage, Reigns. Inside this key remains a fragment of star sage Reigns' power. Currently, Reigns' power has been sealed by a mysterious power, and information about the key can only be unveiled after the seal has been undone. This seal requires a Tier 3 Great Mage to undo. After Shi Feng had used omniscient eyes on this star's reminiscence, a portion of the information that had displayed as unknown became available. Star Sage Reigns was one of the many legendary characters of God's domain. Even among legendary characters, Star Sage Reigns was one of the more dazzling figures. The reason being, the Astromancer class had managed to become powerful and prosperous only due to the efforts of Star Sage Reigns. Unfortunately, along with the demise of Star Sage Reigns, the entire Astromancer class had slowly vanished through time. As of today, most people had already forgotten about the existence of Astromancers. Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings, saying, "Now that the traps have been removed, we should return as well." With the magic array of the control room deactivated, what they needed to do next was to wipe out all the Blood Hand Association NPCs outside Creek Town, as well as all the NPCs inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. After that was done, the Crusade quest would be officially completed. While Shi Feng's group of 4 was leaving the Blood Hand Association stronghold, a major incident occurred at White River City. Originally, the members of Zero Wing had occupied only up to the 40th position on the White River City ranking list. However, after another 2 hours had passed, Zero Wing now occupied every rank up to the 20th position of the ranking list. Currently, Zero Wing was only 11 ranks away from obtaining full monopoly over the ranking list. At present, not a single guild in Star Moon Kingdom had managed to achieve the feat of completely monopolizing the ranking list of a single city. To be precise, nobody had even dared to think of achieving such a feat. After all, there were plenty of experts in every city, there were bound to be a few leveling madmen. It was practically impossible for a single guild to surpass every other player in a city. Not to mention, White River City wasn't just a small city. On the contrary, it was the most important city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. It was also the 5th largest city in Star Moon Kingdom. Needless to say, there were plenty of guilds and experts gathered here, making it very difficult to fully monopolize the city's ranking list. Yet, now, Zero Wing was actually about to accomplish such a feat. How could the players of White River City not grow excited about it? However, the players most excited over this situation were still the members of Zero Wing. At this moment, many members of Zero Wing started cheering loudly on the streets as they tracked the ranking list, showing their fervent support for Aqua Rose and the others. Of course, while some were rejoicing over Zero Wing's inevitable monopoly over the ranking list, others grew anxious at this situation. When Lone Tyrant saw that Zero Wing members were quickly catching up to him, he started using every means available to him to level up. Lone Tyrant sent for another 600 players from Dark Star to assist him in leveling up. He then split these 600 players into 30 teams of 20 players. These teams were then tasked with gathering and killing monsters around Lone Tyrant. As long as a team was about to kill the monsters they had herded, they would immediately invite Lone Tyrant into their teams before killing said monsters. That way Lone Tyrant could still receive a portion of the EXP without needing to personally land the killing blow. After the monsters were killed, Lone Tyrant would then leave the team and go on to join other teams. Including the several hundred players that were originally helping him, Lone Tyrant now had over 30 teams of players assisting him in leveling up. Lone Tyrant continued to leave and join teams this way, accumulating large amounts of EXP for himself. Naturally, the effect on his leveling speed was self-evident. However, such an extravagant way of leveling was only possible because Lone Tyrant was the guild leader of Dark Star. Other people could only look on in envy. Not even tycoons dared to level up in such a way. In truth, Lone Tyrant himself was reluctant to waste so much manpower. However, he simply had no other choice. Despite sending out a horde of people to search for Zero Wing's whereabouts, no one returned with positive results. Lone Tyrant could not stop Zero Wing's progress even if he wanted to. No matter how hard Lone Tyrant racked his brain, he simply could not figure out how the members of Zero Wing were leveling up so quickly. Even when he was using such an extravagant way of leveling, his leveling speed was still far inferior to theirs. It would be fine if this situation was only limited to one or two individuals in Zero Wing. However, such a large group of players was actually leveling up so quickly. Just what kind of method were they using to accomplish such a feat? If Zero Wing were to really kick him out of the ranking list, then he, as the guild leader of Dark Star and also someone who was famed for his high level, would really become the laughingstock of White River City. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to carry out such an unwise move. However, with the passage of time, Lone Tyrant grew increasingly frightened. Everyone in White River City was greatly surprised as well. The reason being, not only did Zero Wing's leveling speed not slow down, it somehow was even accelerating. The rankings changed practically every few minutes. The positions Zero Wing occupied rapidly went from the 20th to the 15th, before increasing to 12th, and finally stopping at 10th. Now, Lone Tyrant was the only player on the ranking list who was not part of Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant became even more frantic at this sight. Lure more monsters. The more the better. Everyone else, give me all the magic scrolls you have. Lone Tyrant's eyes were glowing red at this moment. He looked just like a gambler who had lost all his bets and was planning to stake everything on one final throw. Black Flame, you're 100 years too early if you think you can kick me out of the ranking list. Shortly after, Lone Tyrant started hysterically using all sorts of AoE attack magic scrolls, killing the hundreds of monsters his subordinates had lured over. Each and every one of these AoE attack magic scrolls were very precious, and they were normally treated as the guild's strategic material. At this moment, however, Lone Tyrant treated these magic scrolls as if they were toys, using them with wild abandon. Lone Tyrant's experience bar also soared within a short period of time. However, compared to the rise in experience, Lone Tyrant's behavior was simply throwing good money after bad. Everyone from Dark Star felt their hearts ache at this sight. They had managed to obtain these magic scrolls only after going through many difficulties. Now, however, all their efforts had gone to waste in order to allow Lone Tyrant to quickly level up. Despite their heartache, the members of Dark Star could do nothing about the situation. After all, the person holding the position of guild leader was not them but Lone Tyrant. Many people started regretting their decision to join Dark Star instead of Zero Wing. With such a selfish guild leader, would Dark Star even possess a future? In contrast, Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, had not hesitated to charge to the rescue in order to save his brothers and sisters in arms from being bullied. Back when the core members of Zero Wing had been surrounded inside the Silverleaf Forest, Black Flame had ventured into enemy territory all by himself. Moreover, after the war, he had even spent huge sums of money in order to compensate his own guild members. From Black Flame's actions, one could tell that he was a person who would rather bear the suffering himself than to let his brothers and sisters be wronged. If they could have such a guild leader, so what if they had to suffer? However, just as Lone Tyrant was hysterically using magic scrolls, Zero Wing's 100-man team were also in the midst of killing the remaining level 50 Tier 1 Blood Hand Association elites. In order to deal with these level 50 NPCs, Blackie used Stars of Light, while Shurfeng used Firestorm. Shurfeng's normal guards also used all their AoE skills. The scene of the battle was like Armageddon. Even the level 50 Tier 1 NPCs could not endure this relentless bombardment. Soon after, these Blood Hand Association elites started dying one after another. Simultaneously, the experience bars of everyone from Zero Wing soared like a rocket. The reason for such rapid leveling was simple. First of all, Tier 1 NPCs gave much more EXP than ordinary NPCs when killed. Second, most of the members of Zero Wing were only level 20, while the rest were only a few levels higher, so the bonus EXP they could obtain from killing a level 50 NPC was munificent. When both of these factors were combined, the levels of Zero Wing's 100-man team naturally increased by leaps and bounds. After several tens of Blood Hand Association elites died, everyone from Zero Wing had risen to level 21 or above, instantly monopolizing all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. At this moment, every player in White River City fell silent. Zero Wing had done it. Zero Wing had actually fully occupied the top 100 spots of the White River City ranking list. The sight stunned Lone Tyrant. He even forgot to use the magic scroll in his hands. At the same time, a series of system notifications sounded throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 335, Experts Gathering at White River City. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 10 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 100 gold coins, 5,000 guild popularity, and 1,000 guild reputation. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 30 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 200 gold coins, 10,000 guild popularity, and 3,000 guild reputation. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 100 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding Honored Guild Title, 500 gold coins, 30,000 guild popularity, and 7,000 guild reputation. Originally, Zero Wing's attempt at monopolizing the ranking list was a matter limited to only White River City. Hence, aside from the players based in White River City, nobody else in Star Moon Kingdom paid any particular attention to this incident. However, the appearance of these three system notifications dumbfounded every player in Star Moon Kingdom. Players who were currently inside a dungeon were no exception. At this moment, everyone was shocked and they saw these system notifications. Just the amount of gold coins rewarded was enough to cause the large guilds of many cities to feel envy and hatred. From the three rewards, Zero Wing had obtained a total of 800 gold coins. At this stage of the game, a large guild would have only around a dozen gold coins in fluid funds. After all, it was not easy to earn in-game currency in God's domain. Although players were reaching higher levels with each passing day and they were making more money than before, their daily expenditures had also increased inadvertently. Simply put, there were too many aspects where one was required to spend money in God's domain. For example, repairing equipment. For example, learning skills. For example, purchasing potions, whetstones, and other necessities for adventuring. Most importantly, hotels and daily meals. Originally, before the first evolution of God's domain, players had no need to rest at a hotel. They also had no need to have meals. However, after God's domain evolved, if players did not rest for long periods of time, their mental state would start to deteriorate. If players did not consume food for long periods of time, although no changes would occur to their character's attributes, their body's physical state would be affected. This, in turn, would reduce a player's efficiency when grinding monsters and leveling. Because of these aspects, players rarely had a lot of money sitting in their pockets. In fact, they had even less money than before the first evolution of God's domain. However, it was also due to this reason that many inconspicuous lifestyle classes had started receiving attention from players and begun to develop rapidly. After all, mainstream lifestyle classes weren't the only lifestyle classes that could make a lot of money. Even non-mainstream lifestyle classes could achieve similar results. As for guilds, they could barely make ends meet. If the various large guilds did not possess big money farming teams of their own, their development would have long since stagnated. To any guild in Star Moon Kingdom, 800 gold was an astronomical sum of money. If others had thought that Zero Wing was a considerably good guild in Star Moon Kingdom before, then from now on, Zero Wing would be very well known as an excellent guild in Star Moon Kingdom. At this moment, posts relating to Zero Wing were flooding the official forums for Star Moon Kingdom, and none of them was not astounded by Zero Wing's achievement. It's Zero Wing again. First, it was the guild residents. Now, they've fully occupied the White River City ranking list. That's a feat that not even first-rate guilds have managed to accomplish. Yet, a recently established guild like Zero Wing actually did it. At this rate, won't Zero Wing become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom? Why can't Zero Wing start recruitment in our city? If they start recruiting, I'll definitely be the first one to sign up. I hear that Zero Wing is about to start another recruitment session again. I think I'll just migrate to White River City. Although I'll have to spend some money, if I can join such a good guild, so what if I have to spend some money? Indeed. I hear that the benefits offered by Zero Wing are excellent. Members even have the opportunity to rent out the private rooms inside the guild residence and accumulate double EXP buff. If I can join Zero Wing, even spending 20 silver coins would be worth it. Many players throughout Star Moon Kingdom started entertaining thoughts of joining Zero Wing. Previously, many players had lamented the fact that Zero Wing only recruited members in White River City, and not in other cities. However, as Zero Wing grew increasingly dazzling, the number of players wanting to join the guild would definitely increase as well. If players did not take this chance to join now, the competition in the future might become even more intense. At that time, they might not be able to join Zero Wing even if they wanted to. Moreover, if they joined Zero Wing ahead of time, they could also accumulate guild contribution points quicker and enjoy the various benefits of the guild earlier. Big Brother Shadow Sword, we don't have enough funds for a single person's teleportation fee even if we add both of our assets together. Why don't we skip Zero Wing's recruitment this time and wait for the next one? A tall and slender female guardian knight suggested. The woman was geared in an assortment of common and bronze-ranked equipment. With big, bright eyes, she looked at the stalwart-looking berserker in front of her, adding, "There are also a few first-rate and second-rate guilds recruiting in Greenstone City right now. With our strength, we should have no problems joining those guilds. So, why bother spending so much money to go to White River City? Turtledove, you don't understand. I'm not rushing to join Zero Wing because of their fame. Instead, I plan to join them in order to improve my strength. All these years, I have been stuck at a bottleneck and never managed to break through. When I watched Black Flame's and Yifeng's battle videos, I learned a lot from them. However, the things one can learn from watching a video will always be limited. If I wish to further improve myself, I need to go and personally experience such battles. Meanwhile, joining Zero Wing would be the fastest way to do so, the berserker named Shadow Sword explained as he shook his head. If we lack money, then I'll just use all the credits I've previously saved up to buy some silver coins. We should have enough by then. Big Brother Shadow Sword, you can't. You saved that money in order to join the city fighting competition, the female guardian knight named Turtledove argued anxiously. Shadow Sword waved his hand, softly saying, "You don't need to worry about this. If I can't raise my current strength, I would only become a joke by joining the fighting competition." I understand, Turtledove nodded helplessly. At the same time, many players throughout Star Moon Kingdom started planning a trip to White River City. Every one of these players had reached a certain standard. After all, the teleportation fees required to go to White River City were not cheap. Being able to gather so much money was also proof of one's own abilities. While everyone in Star Moon Kingdom were discussing Zero Wing. Creek Town, Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Under Shifeng's lead, Zero Wing's 100-man team and the 48-level 50 Tier 1 guards had cleared out all the Blood Hand Association knights inside the stronghold and arrived before the doors leading to the hidden warehouse. The doors to the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse were made of extremely tough steel. The pair of thick doors was not something that could be pushed apart by only a handful of players. The result would be the same even if Shifeng, someone who possessed staggering amounts of strength, was included. Let's open it together. Following Shi Feng's command, everyone started pushing against this pair of large doors. After combining the strength of all the players and level 50 Tier 1 guards, the team only barely managed to push apart the large doors. Moreover, the speed at which the doors were opened was extremely slow. After spending over a dozen minutes pushing, the team finally succeeded in pushing these large doors apart completely. Simultaneously, the space inside the hidden warehouse also appeared before everyone. The space inside the hidden warehouse was extremely large and commodious, just like a gymnasium. Tens of metal pillars lined the walls of the building. At this moment, however, nobody paid attention to the appearance of the hidden warehouse. Instead, all eyes were focused at the center of the open space. That area had a small mountain of treasures piled up there. With a single glance, one could immediately discover many treasure chests sitting in the mountain of gold. Just the treasure chests that could be seen on the surface already numbered in the tens. Moreover, a majority of these treasure chests were of mysterious iron rank. There were even some secret silver treasure chests. Guild leader, we're rich. Blackie drooled as he looked at all those treasure chests, as well as the gold coins and various other items scattered around the hidden warehouse. Is this the reward for completing the Crusade quest? Although Aqua Rose was a wealthy princess herself, she was still shocked at the sight of the mountain of treasures before her. Only now did she truly understand why Shi Feng had said the Crusade quest's deposit of 30 gold coins was a very cheap price to pay. Compared to the mountain of gold before her, 30 gold coins was not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Snow Goose's eyes were practically shining. She could not help but wish she could immediately charge up and dive into this mountain of gold. However, Snow Goose did not rush forward. As the location the Blood Hand Association used to store its treasures, this hidden warehouse would naturally have guards. A total of 8 mechanical watchers and 1 mechanical slayer was standing at the periphery of the mountain of treasure. Moreover, there was also a magic barrier layered over the mountain of treasure. Unless one removed this magic barrier, nobody could even think of getting the treasure. It seems we can only obtain the treasure after defeating these mechanical guards. Shi Feng's gaze slowly shifted towards the 9 gigantic mechanical guards. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.